Szanowni Państwo, powoli kończy się tak zwany kwadrans akademicki.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost 15 minutes after time, so please be seated and please switch off or silence your
To już teraz oficjalnie. Dzień dobry Państwu.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me bid you warm welcome to the beautiful rooms of the Royal Castle of Krakow, the Wawel Royal Castle. So warm welcome. May I kindly welcome you to the Congress entitled by John Paul II, Inspiration for the World. This Congress has been organized by the Projekt Poland Grand Project, which has been organizing numerous important social debates and historical events. Those of you who frequent Warsaw would realize how important and inspiring such a debate might be. We are meeting here in Krakow, and there is an apt reason to do so. First and foremost, Krakow is a place where John Paul II and before Karol Wojtyła shaped his personality not only as a priest, as a leader, but also as a human being and a leader of the 20th century. So it will not be an exaggeration to say that not that many of you, some 10 or 15 years ago, would realize that such congresses like this would be necessary, important, and very much needed, not just to say nice words about John Paul II and pat yourself on the back, but to bring it home to everybody what an important treasure John Paul II has been. We somehow forgot about his message, about the important decisions and activities that he performed during his rule at the Holy See. We are about to celebrate the anniversary of his service. Now the challenges are up, and there are challenges around us because we simply need to defend John Paul II's message. We need to tell the whole truth about the world as it was during John Paul II's life. That is why we are discussing John Paul II as an inspiration for the world. May I now ask Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski, who is the head of the program board of Polska Wielki Projekt, Poland, the Grand Project. So Professor Krasnodębski will be officially opening the Congress. Thank you very much indeed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I was asked to bid warm welcome to key visitors, to key guests, so you are all very important. Warm welcome to the representative of the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Czarnek, Mr. Kuchciński, Mr. Szczerski, the Ambassador of the Republic of Poland, the Honorary President of our Foundation, Hanna Bielecka, Piotr Walkowiak. Warm welcome to both presidents of the Foundation Poland, the Grand Project, and to other members of the faculty, all my friends and colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, we always meet at the Royal Castle of Warsaw for our main Congress, but today it is not really an accidental decision that we have decided to choose the Royal Castle of Wawel. John Paul II is the leitmotif of our discussion. We want to portray him as an energetic, distinguished thinker. John Paul II was also the only or the last king of Poland, the last uncrowned or perhaps even crowned king of Poland. So we are meeting in the royal castle of the last king of Poland, namely John Paul II. Allow me to read out a quote which I found recently. Well, it's actually my own quote because I was busy writing a critical essay about the political thought of John Paul II. And so back in 1991, John Paul II said as follows during his pilgrimages: over the recent years, the society was fighting for its independent agency. For some time, this struggle seems to be over. And all of us feel, after this limited years of agency where we have been limited and restricted by the communist regime, that this agency is not only a great opportunity, but it is also a significant challenge, how to be ourselves, how to make ourselves come true as a person, as a nation, as a community. And one more quote. John Paul II goes on saying, we now passing the test on our humanity, on the Polish character and on the European character of us as a nation. So I'm asking you a question, how are we passing this test? What is the results we're getting? May I kindly now ask one of the presidential ministers to read out the letter from the Polish president to welcome our guests. Thank you very much indeed. It is a great honor and a privilege to represent the President of the Republic of Poland at this event. Andrzej Duda, the President of the Republic of Poland, is an honorary patron of this event. So let me read out a letter that the Polish President has addressed you with. And I start reading. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days ago, we were celebrating 65th anniversary of the day on which Karol Wojtyła became bishop, while on the 16th of October, we will be celebrating the 45th anniversary of selection to the Holy See. Now, the life and the service of John Paul II are naturally passing away in time. Having said that, the most distinguished Pole, one of the most important leaders of the Catholic Church, is still present in our warm memories and in cordial hearts of the people all across the world. That is demonstrating that his teaching, his charisma, and his sanctity has turned the world around. He belongs to a small group of leaders and global thinkers that have influenced the world in a permanent and positive way. So from the point of view of the decades and centuries when things that are not that important become shaded, the heritage of the Pope from Krakow will be celebrated even higher and will be appreciated even higher, not only as a breakthrough in the thinking of Christianity, but also a struggle for peace and reconciliation of peoples of various religions and various races. It will also be an inspiration for all the people of goodwill who are dreaming for the impossible, impossible being the deed of John Paul II. This was so very much rooted in the Polish history and culture, this national experience of a universalized responsibility that rests on the follower of St. Peter, was something that John Paul II indicated himself to be one of the sources from which he took the objectives and the style of his pontificate. He was based on the familiar model of Polish Catholicism and Polish Romanticism, not so much individualized, but very much related to the independence of Poland. He was a son of a Polish officer, after all, so he was also shaped on the tradition of Polish knighthood. He attended a gymnasium in Wadowice, and then he studied at the Jagiellonian University, appreciating various Catholic codes. He was a great thinker, but he was also a follower of various research and studies. He was an artist, a sportsman. He also worked as a physical worker, and he understood the importance of specific, of the concrete, of the down-to-earth, because this is where the agency of all human beings come into play, especially human of conscience. He used to teach ethics at the Catholic University of Lublin, and he was teaching about morality and ethics of the Catholic Church. As a young person, he was helping to rebuild Poland after the heavy toil of the divide. He was part of the heroic action that Poles took into their own hands after the struggle with the German Nazis and communists. Remembering these toils, he was then bringing the message of hope against hope. He was saying loud, "Don't be afraid," and he was also offering an example of how to stand up to one's challenge as a religious leader, moral leader of the free world, but also as a very human person, somebody fighting his own dilemmas, physical frailty, pain, and illness. So I'd like to thank all of you who have come to this Congress for promoting good and sound knowledge about the life and deed of St. John Paul II. You are doing a fantastic and valuable work, because in the face of the challenges ahead of Poland, Europe, and the world, this is what we need very much. We need people who strengthen our soul, who give us hope, and who help us pass over to the next threshold of hope. So I hope you have a very fruitful meeting. Signed, Andrzej Duda, the President of the Republic of Poland.
Thank you to the address of the President. Thank you for these words of kindness, referring to the greatest Pole. And let me now ask Minister Czarnek to take the floor. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, ministers, Madam Minister, participants of this Congress. I've been sent here by the head of our organization, by Mr. Jarosław Kaczyński. Let me boast to you at the beginning. In September 2020, at that time I didn't know I would become the Minister of Education. I came here with Minister Szynaker and the head of Father Pio Sanctuary, and we visited Ms. Kudawska. I came here together with the head, and the Mass took place in Bracka Street, in the flat of Madam Professor. Her husband was alive at the time, and then we started discussions which were not easy. And Professor, without compromise, when she talked to me and Mr. Schumacher, she told us that she accused us of being a nation of ignorance, that we had such an outstanding figure, Pole, who conveyed so many important messages in his teaching, and that Poles were still ignorant of that teaching. Well, Professor Wanda Półtawska believed that we were too ignorant. Well, yes, we were used to the fact that whenever we had to use a quote from John Paul II, you know, we could do it. But it just meant treating him quite superficially and not being deeply interested in his thought. And therefore, we were not truly inspired by his writing. And then a month later, in October 2020, when I became the minister, and here is where I'm boasting, so we decided that we should introduce this figure to young Poles, and that's why we introduced his teaching, his works, to compulsory reading at school. Therefore, we teach about what happened starting from the 1950s, then when he was the cardinal, and then what happened in the 1970s and 80s during his pilgrimages, and then, of course, in the 21st century. So this is what young people now learn at school, because these were breakthrough events that served as great inspiration to the world. Well, why? Because there were two moments in the service of John Paul II and two statements that I will remember forever, and I believe this is the idea that all of us should remember. So we're talking about the year 1991 that Professor mentioned, and also the end of the 1990s. Well, it so happens, and we Christians should all be aware of the fact that this world has always meant a battle between evil and good, and lies and truth. So lies are always louder and brutal and disgusting and full of hatred. And therefore, for truth to be victorious, you need sacrifice. So someone needs to sacrifice themselves for the truth. If that wasn't the case, then Christ that we see here on the wouldn't be on the cross, because he was put on the cross because he wanted to defend the truth. So he made the greatest sacrifice. And now we also have to sacrifice for truth to be victorious. When we protected family against gender ideology, against LGBT ideology, well, people, so ministers were happy to embrace that idea, but then they came to Lublin and complained, yes, but now we are being attacked for it. Well, of course, if you defend something valuable, then you're going to be fought against. So in 1991, the most important pilgrimage of John Paul II to Poland took place, and in Koszalin, John Paul II mentioned the 10 Amendments, the Decalogue, on which the future of the man, of the world, depended. Your words, O Lord, are truth. Sanctify us in this truth. So this is his teaching in a nutshell. Your words, Lord, are the truth, O Lord, sanctify us in this truth. 10 simple words, but not the words from the scripture. Not a kind of decalogue without a message. Well, of course, it would be if there was no commandment, do not lie, well, of course, life would be easier. If there was no commandment, do not steal, of course, it would be easier to live. Well, if there was no commandment, do not kill, well, for some groups of people, it would be much easier to live, but superficially, of course, because life would be easier for those who would steal and lie and not be faithful and kill. But such a world would become a tyranny. It would mean hell on earth. I'm talking about those who are being cheated on, who are being killed, who are being robbed, and those who are attacked for the fact that they want to defend the truth. So you can refer to what is happening in Western Europe and what John Paul II referred to towards the end of the 1990s. Here's a quote from Latin. So, Europe of the third millennium either will be Christian or there will be no Europe. What does this mean? That the Decalogue, all the 10 commandments, they have to be obeyed because every disaster in the world starts with the fact that someone, for some reason, doesn't obey one of the 10 commandments. Christianity means that the life of people has to be based on the Decalogue, on the truth. If it's not there, the world won't exist. So John Paul II has to serve as inspiration for the world if we want our generation and the future generations to thrive. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję, panie ministrze. To też takie zadanie.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Well, it's a task to all of us who have children, so that we leave this legacy of John Paul II with them. About, well, the importance of this Congress is proved not only by our wonderful audience gathered in here at the Wawel Royal Castle, but also the speakers who have accepted our invitation, guests who have come to us from abroad. Let me now invite Professor Krzysztod Szczerski, Ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the United Nations. Could we now hear your lecture? John Paul II, the last global leader. Professor, please.
Dziękuję bardzo za to wprowadzenie.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, following the first statements, I have an impression that the opening lecture has already been given, because Mr. Minister has mentioned many important issues, and he has named the things, the thoughts that I have also wanted to share with you. Let me tell you how I see the current situation and what I believe that our joint task here should be when we think about the future and also the global situation in the context of what John Paul II said and did. I agree with the statement that we speak too little about John Paul II, about his legacy, about his thoughts. We shouldn't just remember him. Well, we all have different memories about John Paul II and his pontificate. But, well, we should definitely educate. This is what Minister Czarnek has mentioned. Because now we have generations, we have people who, well, do not remember John Paul II, who didn't experience his presence because they were born after his death. Because time is passing, so we need to teach them right from the start about John Paul II, just as we teach them about history, which isn't available for them because they didn't experience it. Yes, Professor Półtawska was mentioned here, and I remember the appeal of Cardinal Stanisław Nagi, a friend of John Paul II, who himself was involved in education, and this is what he appealed for, that we would take this effort and teach about John Paul II, also at this seminaries. Why should we do it? Well, I believe that when we speak about John Paul II, his life and his deeds, we all put it in the context of the time when he lived. Especially when we talk about public life and politics. It seems that he just commented on the current situation, but that wasn't the case. Now we need to show this universal scope of his message. So we shouldn't just limit it to the time at which he lived. Because he didn't simply comment it on his time. That wasn't the case. Well, that's a task for biographers of John Paul II. In the United States, people continue writing biographies of Lincoln and other great leaders. Well, it's not that one biography of Lincoln has been written, then no other will be ever written. Well, no. New biographies are written. So it's not that John Weigel has written a good book about John Paul II and we're done with a biography because we have a good one. Jolanta Sosnowska, she has also written Kat Chrystusa, okay, 4 volumes, a more modern biography of John Paul II. Yes, we're done, we can tick it off. No, it's not the case. We need to interpret and read his life and his pontificate anew from different perspectives. Looking at his legacy from the perspective of modern world and the world that's changing. Well, if I think about the 2 most important factors showing us how we could read and interpret the legacy of John Paul II and his thoughts, then one of the slogans that comes to my mind would be a quote from the scripture. The sign that they will oppose. It's also a title of one of his books. So John Paul II has always been and will be a sign that people will oppose. That's why he fought so much for values. He knew that what he was saying wasn't said to be applauded. He knew that he had to serve as a witness in the world that opposed important values. Today's world opposes John Paul II and his legacy. This global mainstream is greatly against John Paul II, and he was ready for that, and he also prepared us for that, what it meant to be the sign that others would oppose. So that's one important scope of his, one important dimension of his pontificate. So he was ready for an opposition and to proclaim the truth against this opposition. Secondly, he gave the voice to those who didn't have it. So that was included in all of his teachings. He always spoke on behalf of others. He didn't say banal truths. He just spoke for those and on behalf of those who could not voice their truths. Those who were put on the margin, those who were silenced. And this is the case today as well. When we read John Paul II today, we see that we hear the voice of those who are excluded from the debate, of whom it is said that they shouldn't be involved in the debate. And they're seen as the ones who have no right to shape the public opinion today. So John Paul II today speaks even more on behalf of those who should be given the word. Those who speak about values, about the model of culture, of human relationships. These are things that are excluded today from the public debate. So these two dimensions, these two emblems of his pontificate, I find the most important. Now, the sign that they will oppose and the voice of those who have no voice.
Certainly, I'm only half joking when I say that John Paul II is also the source of imminent frustration for two categories of people, namely for travelers, because if you're proud Pole and come to a distant place in the world, you're so proud that you discover a new world and you make a selfie and then paste it on the internet, and all of a sudden you come to a church and you find a sign that John Paul II was here before you. This is so frustrating. I mean, he's been everywhere. I've visited so many places in the world, and I was so happy to reach it, and all of a sudden I realized that John Paul II or Karol Wojtyła visited the places before me. And secondly, John Paul II is always a source of frustration for all public speakers. Whatever you say, John Paul II said it before you. So it's pretty difficult to find something fresh and something wise that John Paul II never said before. So, having said that, I am not going to occupy any more of your time about John Paul II's teaching, because it would be impossible to focus on his teaching without quoting his words. I wouldn't like to copy if I can't paint, to use a metaphor. So let me just mention a few dimensions of John Paul II's teaching that have a bearing on my daily work, namely in the United Nations. There are two basic presences of John Paul II in UN, that is 79 and 95, marking two different periods and two different stages of John Paul II's pontificate. They are the very essence of what John Paul II wanted the world to learn from him and from his papal message. So, let me mention three aspects that seem vital and interesting for us now. John Paul II visited the United Nations seat twice. He appreciated the UN itself, he appreciated the place, the location, and it showed, well, from the respect he transferred in his presentation, we can conclude that he understood he was actually addressing the global population. He was addressing all the people in the world. UN is a meeting place of all the nations, all the cultures, representatives of all the global nations. So it is an exceptional place where we can somehow feel the diversity of the world, the emotions, the trends and tendency. What is it that makes the world go, makes the world tick, if you like? What are the topics and subjects discussed at the UN by the global population? So John Paul II said on numerous occasions, addressing the UN, that it is a great experience for him, meeting the men and women of all around the world, meeting representatives of all the nations of the world. Why am I saying all that? Well, of course, I'm not a UN official myself. I'm an ambassador of Poland to the UN. But I feel it is so very painful that none of the Polish media had been accredited at the UN. There is nobody there, no accredited organization of Poland is reporting on daily basis on the UN. How can that happen? A country that wants to play an important part in international politics doesn't have an accredited media coverage at the UN, at the core, where things happen, where the world's issues are decided upon. So maybe we should listen in to what John Paul II said when he spoke about the importance of the UN and the significance of UN debates, as well as the importance of the topics. John Paul II used to say that UN is the top platform at which the nations of the world debate truth and justice. And I really think it would be worth for the Polish nation to have its own representative there for media coverage, which is something we are now deprived of. Right. The UN is truly the family of nations. Now, the three aspects that I wanted to focus on from the papal message to the UN have to do with the following. Something that was already mentioned in the kind letter of the President of the Republic of Poland, and that is the universalization of our Polish and our regional experience. I think this is something we need to remember about, and it's very important. A lot of effort has been put over the recent years into universalizing the local and the regional experience. Maybe not that much effort over the last 20 years, but beforehand, yes. Polish experience was shown, was demonstrated as a provincial, local, an experience that has nothing to do with changing the fate of the world. I'm looking at Minister Czarnek. I used to teach the teachers, train the trainer exercise, and I had this very simple exercise. 5 teachers were asked to place 5 important events in the history of Europe at the map of Europe, and then 5 important events for Poland. And I was asking them to post these events on the map of Europe. Where did these important European events take place? Now, bear with me. None of the posted happened in Poland. So no important historical event, according to the teachers, took place in Poland. So I asked them, why? Why didn't you come up with any important event that would happen here in Poland? I forgot to mention that these were teachers of history. They were history teachers. And they said, well, for a very simple reason. Very simple thing. Namely, Polish history is taught separately from the world history. I mean, you have a course on Polish history, and then you have a course on the world history. And so the students have these 2 different categories in mind, and so do the teachers. When I asked the teachers about important developments in the European or world history, they simply never thought about Poland. They teach Polish history separately. I understand this has changed now. I saw Professor Roszkowski's history manual, and I must say this was for the first time that I was able to read history whereby Polish history is somehow linked and mingled with the European history. For John Paul II, universalization of the Polish experience and of the Polish history was an important factor in understanding the fate of the world. So the message of John Paul II, him being the global leader, was about understanding that the source of our survival and the source of nations' civilization is culture. Culture is the factor, along with identity, cultural identity, that can make sure that nations survive. He was able to use the Polish experience on that, but he was also universalizing this experience. This was a message he was offering to various people, various nations, also the nations or the groups of people that were oppressed by authoritarian regime. And he was there to offer them a message that they can survive. If they have their own roots, their own culture, and their own identity, they will be able to survive and make it through the system. Once you lose your identity, once you lose your roots, you will not be able to survive. This is a universal message that dwells so much from the Polish experience, that is rooted in the Polish experience, but it is of universal character. And this is the message that John Paul II was also spreading during his presentations at the UN. Now, another point that we make more vocal now than we used before is the history of the Second World War in the understanding of what was going on the Polish land, telling the truth about the crimes of the World War II, describing the Polish experience will be a factor to contribute to the understanding about what was going on in Poland and then in the world because of the German Nazis and communist regime. The experience of German occupation, the experience of the Siberian outposts. This is something John Paul II used to offer this absolute comparison of what it was like to live under the regime and what it is to live in a system that does not respect human dignity. That's very experienced because John Paul II never belittled the Polish world experience, and he also never allowed anybody to relativize it. So this was the experience of the Jewish nation, whom he held very tenderly in his heart. He described the experience of the Jewish nation in the inhuman or dehumanized world. So John Paul II's outcry for peace, his appeal for peace, was the appeal based on the natural experience and real experience that he drew from the experience and from the fate of his own nation. That is why it was so reliable. It was not John Lennon's Imagine. It was the actual outcry for peace that is based on a tragic experience of the war. And last but not least, the third aspect, it has to do with the universalization of freedom. 1989 for Karol Wojtyła marked the triumph, the victory of freedom. The fact that this freedom was fought and won across the world with many nations and different cultures, with different moral structures and spiritual structures, but still freedom was fought for and it was won across the board, which demonstrated to John Paul II that the idea of freedom is so powerful. We are about to start the panel on the theology of freedom, And we will be discussing the difference between freedom and discretion, between freedom understood in moral terms and freedom to do what you want, which has nothing to do with morality. So the struggle for freedom, especially in Poland, was something that shaped John Paul II and was something that made him say how important it is to be free. John Paul II was saying that nations will die for freedom and will sacrifice themselves for freedom. And just to conclude, because here we are in Krakow, we may want to say that John Paul II was also universalizing the intellectual experience of Poland. Sometimes we forget about the intellectual capacity and the intellectual weight of Polish thinkers. Even in UM, John Paul II mentioned Paweł Włodkowic. I think this was the first time Włodkowic was ever mentioned in the context of the right of the nations, and he did so at the UN, and he did so as the Pope. He was speaking about the Salamanca School, which is very popular, but also the Krakow School, the Polish school of political thought on the rights of the nations. And I guess this is also something we would like to remember as the important political thought, the heritage we have from John Paul II as our contribution to the intellectual development of geopolitical thought at the international arena, thanks to the Polish School of the Rights of the Nation and the Constantian Sovereign. So, this is an important element, universalization of the experience, which is therefore authentic in its message, and it may also dwell from this part of Europe. And the second point, that it's the papal message as announced at the United Nations, has to do with us asking ourselves, what is the contemporary source of the problem that has to do with lack of stability in the world? Why such a lot of unease? Why such a lot of trouble? Why such a lot of instability? John Paul II made it very clear that the very source is lack of justice. The world is destabilized because it's unfair. It's not just. And fairness was understood in two ways here. Well, the fact that the world is not fair and that leads to evil deeds, that's something we all understand. But John Paul II discussed lack of fairness in two dimensions: material, physical unfairness. This is something we can't really do much about because there is only a limited amount of material goods and the distribution will never be fair, it will never be just. Some people will have more, some people will have less. Of course, we need to do our utmost to minimize unfairness in the distribution of material deeds, and we need to do our utmost to make sure that we can overcome this unfairness. But there is also another unfairness, lack of justice, and this has to do with the spirit. This is something that is deeper, and this is something that we can work our world around, because you cannot quantify spirit. It's not limited, it is not a resource that can be depleted, but it's subject to oppression, it is subject to lack of freedom, it is subject to persecution. Spirit can be subject to lack of tolerance, lack of dialogue, being closed one to another, and all this makes us realize that the distribution of the spirit is not fair either. So when John Paul II says that the spiritual dimension can be compared to the material dimension, well, this will never lead us to fairness, okay? And John Paul II says, don't do this, because this will lead us to a trap whereby we cannot lift ourselves above the material goods. If we can but reverse this hierarchy, if we can understand that spiritual fairness is more important than the fairness in the distribution in material deeds, then we need to change the logic and we will be able to fight this lack of stability. And I think this is an important and a very interesting point. So I'm just to conclude, but I feel it's worthwhile to analyze that from the contemporary point of view. How much attention do we pay to these two types of unfairness? And maybe the contemporary world is unfair spiritually, even more than it is materially. So just to conclude, on the third level of reflection of John Paul II in the UN, the universal character and the public character that contributes to building human community as juxtaposed against the particular individual interests that is not contributing to building community. So global community against individual interests. And here, in a nutshell, what makes our community stronger, what should be the very foundation of our global community, is the human rights, freedom, dignity. Human rights and human dignity of each and every human person. Stupid things are being said about that, just silly things. So let me reiterate again, human rights and human dignity. So many silly things are being said about John Paul II's attitude towards women. If you ask me, John Paul II was one of the most feminist pope in the history. He was speaking up for women's rights. He wanted equality between men's and females' rights. And I guess we can all see that. So it is a breakthrough pope, but of course this would be a topic for a completely different discussion. So human rights, human dignity, freedom, and solidarity. These are the three elements that you can build the global community on. Human rights and dignity, freedom, not discretion, but a moral construct, and solidarity. We now have political interest against it, quite an interesting point. So maybe an interesting seminar on that could be organized about the way John Paul II treated political interest as secondary to human rights and human dignity. Many dictators are using the political interest to persecute their own nation because they're looking at the political interest only.
Or there's an aggressive politics because it results from political interest. So there's an interesting tension here. Secondly, freedom and particular nationalism. Now, Karol Wojtyła, he fought against nationalism and opposed it against patriotism. So he found patriotism as this noble love of one's nation that didn't want to fight against anyone, that it was this spiritual value and not material value that could be deepened, and nationalism that understood it in a very narrow way, that it had to be at the sake of someone else. And now using others versus solidarity. Now, to end with, let me say the following. This reflection on the message of John Paul II to the world is quite bitter, because, well, if we take a look in which direction it went, we can come to quite bitter conclusions. But what I also want to tell you is that John Paul II, he looked after every of his interlocutors. So there was hope trust and bravery in John Paul II. He said, be daring, it should stem from hope and should be based on trust, that you should never be afraid of the future.
Dziękujemy bardzo, panie profesorze. Profesor
Thank you
Krzysztof
very
Szczerski.
much, Professor Krzysztod Szczerski. An opening lecture. Let me thank to the first speaker of today's Congress. Professor referred to culture and identity versus John Lennon's Imagine. Well, when we were young, John Lennon's Imagine was quite tempting an idea, but we are more mature now and we know that the fruit that is easily collected isn't as precious as the fruit that you get when your path is more turbulent. Let me thank Professor again, and let me say it here again, ladies and gentlemen, please turn off your mobile phones. And another request is the following. It is quite exceptional that we are here in these beautiful royal state rooms, hence the request, when there is the coffee break, please do not enter these rooms with any glasses or plates. This is obviously out of care for this wonderful edifice. My apologies for saying this to you, but I believe that the organizers also know that this is very important. Now, let me also say that the partners of today's Congress are PKO, Bank Polski, Totalizator Sportowy, Polish National Foundation, Fundacja ARP, PGE Foundation and Orlen Foundation. The media partners of the Congress are Polish Television, Kraków Radio, IPL, w polityce.pl, The Weekly, Gość Niedzielny, magazyn Wszystko co najważniejsze and Deliberatio. You all know very well the partners and the media partners. Thank you for the opening lecture, and ahead of us is the first panel today. Professor mentioned the challenges that the young and inexperienced Pope met. Now, one of the greatest challenges that he undertook was his Theology of Freedom. And this is the title of the first panel of our Congress. The moderator will be Mr. Grzegorz Górny, journalist, writer, president of the Poland the Great Projekt Foundation. Let me welcome you here and please introduce our guests. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome to the stage our first speakers. Adela Galindo from Nicaragua. She is the founder of the Servants of the Pierced Hearts of Jesus and Mary. She's also the head of this organization, which was established, inspired by the thoughts of John Paul II, and he is the patron of this organization. The second speaker will be Mr. Janusz Kotański, former ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the Holy See and a historian. And the third speaker will be Mr. Zbigniew Stawrowski, a philosopher, the president of the Institute of Tischner in Kraków.
Jak powiedział Krzysztof Ziemiec, Jan Paweł II stawał w czasie swojego pontyfikatu przed wieloma wyzwaniami.
As Professor Krzysztod Szczerski said, John Paul II met numerous challenges during his pontificate. it seems that one of such challenges was his pilgrimage to Nicaragua in the year 1983, because that was the time when Marxism marched through the world, and there was the Marxist government in Nicaragua at the time. The government included two priests, one of them was a Jesuit, the other one a Trappist, and they referred to the theology of liberation, so the combination of communism and Catholicism. And in Nicaragua, the government disassembled an altar where the Mass was to take place. All the Christian signs were removed, and the signs of Marxist revolution were put up. When the Mass started, in the first row there were representatives of Syndialist Party who had microphones with them. And when John Paul II started speaking and giving his homily, all of them put on their microphones and shouted communist slogans to silence him down. Why were they afraid of John Paul II? Did he have a weapon? His only weapon was his word. They wanted to silence these words because on the other side there were the faithful who wanted to listen to John Paul II. Hence my question to Mother Adela Galindo from Nicaragua. Now, what was the words of John Paul II at the time? Because it seems that they were relevant not only in the year 1983, but that they are relevant today as well.
That homily was very, very important because it was in Managua, and as you said, they did everything possible, not only shouting. It's interesting what they were shouting. Nicaragua free, Nicaragua free. They were kind of mocking St. John Paul II and telling him, now we are free, so don't come to speak to us about freedom. But the first homily that he gave at the Capitol, it was totally directed to the church. He was speaking about the right ecclesiology. And why was he do that in Nicaragua? Because as you mentioned, the first thing that they did in Nicaragua, and I was only 14 years old when it began, it was to separate the church. Remember that the great liberation theologians in Nicaragua, they were priests. And that's why they had so much influence on the youth, because Nicaragua was a very Catholic country, and we paid attention to what priests had to say. And so they used the priests that had, as John Paul said it, they had borrowed this idea of Marxist theologian, liberation theology, and they brought it into Nicaragua. And actually, they concentrated it in Nicaragua. And so what they wanted to do first was to divide the church, because the church was the moral voice in Nicaragua. So they divided the church into the church, according to them, of the powerful and the oligarchy, and the church of the poor. And you had to choose what church you wanted to believe. And so I will say the first rupture in Nicaragua for the communists to be able to enter was rupturing the church, dividing the church. And that's why the first homily that they tried to stop, it was about right ecclesiology. What was the mission of the church? What was the true face of the church? And what was the church in relationship to her mission for everybody? And they really tried to stop it, but he took a big stand. I love when he screamed and he cried out and he said, silence, silence. And people had to be quiet. Silence. It was very strong. And then he said, the only one that really seeks the truth and seeks the peace of the Nicaraguan people is the church. And that was his last statement. And I will say that they really were afraid of John Paul. And they were afraid of John Paul because this is 1983. John Paul had come into the papacy in 1978. they kind of knew who he was, and they knew the capacity he had to be a leader and to be an impact. And they knew that Nicaragua was, even though it was so divided by that time, it was basically by culture and by roots a very Catholic country, and that they wanted to hear the Pope. The ones that were screaming were chosen. There were the Sandinistas that were chosen to go into this mocking and this irreverent act towards the Pope. Now, there was something very interesting. Jean Paul was so smart. I love the wittiness of St. Jean Paul. He requested that the masses in any addresses in Nicaragua will be transmitted outside of Nicaragua, which it was a great battle. They didn't want to do that. They wanted no one to know what he was going to say in Nicaragua, but he was able to get it. So all of Central America, which it was also having the same battles, like El Salvador, who was in a civil war, Guatemala, Costa Rica was not in the same problem, but South America it was. When they saw what they did to the Holy Father, they kind of understood what communism was all about. They kind of understood, are they really seeking for peace and for justice? Are they really seeking for human respect? Are they seeking for the manipulation of words and concepts that they use when they saw what they did to the Holy Father? So that's when the other countries began to ask, are we going to make a choice?
Thank you. Dziękuję bardzo. Ale w tym samym
Thank you very much. That same year, 1983, another important pilgrimage of John Paul II took place. It was his pilgrimage to Poland. At that time, Poland was enslaved by the socialist party. So the situation was different from Latin America. And he presented a theological concept which could be seen as an alternative to the theology of freedom or liberation, which was based on the idea of solidarity. And it was an alternative. So it didn't preach about Christ with not with the cross, but with the arms. But it was based on solidarity. Now, how could we see this second pilgrimage, this pilgrimage to Poland, how it could be seen, Professor? So, this meeting between the Polish experience and the experience of Nicaragua is really opens different dimensions and concepts here. Now, in Nicaragua, in 1979, Somoza's bloody regime was overthrown. Sandinists, headed by Ortega, came to power. And for us, the year 1979 was equally important. It was the year of liberation, but at a different level. Maybe not an external liberation coming from the outside, an overthrow of the ruling party, but this spiritual liberation, because that was the year of the first pilgrimage of John Paul II to Poland. And these pilgrimages, well, they addressed different societies. Now, before I speak about the year 1983 and the pilgrimage to Poland, I need to say the following. We're talking about this really bizarre society. So, in a communist state, which has experienced this awakened freedom in 1979, now also the freedom reflected in the solidarity movement of the year 1980 and then 1981, and also the world of people who became liberated spiritually thanks to John Paul II. Then came the martial law, very brutal. Several dozen people were killed, many people emigrated, many of them were imprisoned. So this was the society where hope was awakened, then it was trampled on by an external and brutal force. And that was the kind of Poland to which John Paul II came. So I believe that these two pilgrimages, to Nicaragua and to Poland in 1983, were two of his most difficult pilgrimages, because the Pope had to confront a state based on very brutal power, so an opposition of the church. Mother Adela spoke beautifully about her own experience of that time. Well, when the Pope came to Nicaragua, he was there greeted at the airport. Ortega was there, and then a person kneeled down and kissed him on his ring, but he just showed this sign against him that the whole of the world saw.
So here comes the Pope, he comes to Poland and is bringing gospel, is bringing evangelic message, which is basically very much the same thing that he did back in 1979. He says, you are the sons and daughters of God. You've got dignity, you've got value, you are not slaves, you are free people, says John Paul II. But what does it mean? It is only starting to take shape in a situation we are at. It was completely different back in 1979 and different in 1980 and different in 1981 when we clashed ourselves against the brutal system. So here comes the Pope visiting people who have broken their hope, who lose faith, who despair, who are easy to take desperate steps. So there is always danger ahead of us that aggression will be responded to with aggression. And here is the response that comes from the theology of liberation. There is evil in the world, and we have to fight the evil. The evil is outside us. It's the structures, the organizations, the institutions. The evil comes from the outside. We need to fight it. We need to destroy it, and then we will be free. This is the essence of Marxism and the essence of the theology of liberation. In Marxism, you divide people into those who need to be destroyed in order to free other people. And the Southern American theology was somehow infected with this thought. However, John Paul II proposed something else, the theology of freedom. We are there to discover that we are free because we are sons and daughters of God. Jesus Christ liberated us still at cross after crucifixion. If we understand that we are free, regardless of what's going on outside us, we will be able to live a free life. Of course, it is more problematic when the outside world is become violent, when there is aggression, violence, and rape. Now, then, this feeling of internal liberty, of internal freedom, is put to a test. So during his second pilgrimage to Poland in 1983, this is what John Paul II emphasized, quoting St. Paul, when he says, you win evil by producing good. Don't yield yourself to evil, but fight evil with your good deeds. And this was becoming so vocal and so important in 1983, when we were also prone to these reflexes of taking our bag and of revenge. Now, and then in Niepokalanów, in Maximilian Kolbe's location, John Paul II spoke about the mystery and about the message of Kolbe. You may recall that Maximilian Kolbe, under the biggest threat to his life, was able to demonstrate his freedom. He was able to demonstrate that he is able to conquer and overcome evil with good. That's what he did. This was what Maximilian Kolbe's life was all about. So Maximilian Kolbe was an example for us, for everybody, that even in Auschwitz, in a concentration camp, we are able to overcome evil with good. And I think this was the very essence of John Paul II's second pilgrimage to Poland. Thank you very much. We are talking about 2 out of 104 pilgrimages of John Paul II that are said to be changing the world, turning the world. John Paul II really changed the face of our world. Samuel Huntington used to write that John Paul II has this exceptional gift of appearing at key moments and at key locations just when he's needed, and of changing the direction of developments, turning the tide. What tools was John Paul II using? He didn't have any political power or military power. He only had his moral and spiritual clout. That's the only thing he had. So a question arises, how was it that he was able to turn his moral and spiritual power into specific political developments? What was the secret of his efficiency? A question to Mr. Ambassador. Thank you. Some time ago, a French writer, in his book Farewell to King, asked the following question: freedom. Why? What for? What do we need freedom for? And I think nobody was able to respond to this question in a more profound way than Saint John Paul II, Karol Wojtyla, when I was reading both the encyclicals and the speeches and his writings at numerous occasions. Some hundreds of times did I come across the words freedom. Freedom was one of the key words of his pontificate. God, salvation, freedom, and truth. What was the secret, you're asking me, of this exceptional efficiency of John Paul II as the Pope? He was able to solve various problems, not on his own, okay, but through Vatican diplomacy. He was a very efficient problem solver. And I think that the secret was his spirituality and his personality. He was the Pope of reflection, but he was able to speak in simple words about very deep and complicated issues. Nobody had to wonder, what is it that he means? No, he was telling the truth. He never offended anybody. He was telling the truth, but he was delicate, and he was always speaking about specific events, about concrete things. Well, certainly there was a lot of theory in his thinking, but when he appeared to a country, say to Nicaragua, he never hesitated to tell the truth. He was telling the truth. And this truth opened all the doors. Because even if you don't agree with his message, you need to react to it, and it's truthful. You were not able to negate him because he was telling the truth. If they negate him, I mean, the political leaders would not be reliable anymore. So telling the truth was his secret. Shall I call it a message of freedom? Is it just a message of freedom? No, it's freedom in truth. The Pope was saying, and I am now using my little notes for a proper quote, so a human being, a man, is always free when they live in freedom. In one of the encyclica, Veritatis Splendor, which is a fantastic encyclica, he says, the freedom of a human being and God's right meet in one place and coincide in order to be interlinked one with another. The fact that you can build it just on the foundation of the truth. Freedom must be based on the foundation of truth. It will not be able to exist without love and freedom and solidarity. And that is why we had this very basic objection and axiological opposition to these empires of evil as they appeared in the world. He was not afraid to tell the political leaders that were able to actually kill him. Some of them tried. So he was not afraid to tell them straight in the eye that the world needs to be the world of freedom and fairness. Can there be any more straight and vocal signal or message? We all remember what he said at the beginning of his pontificate. Non abbiate paura, don't be afraid. That's what he said. Don't be afraid. And this was the message that repeated everywhere he went. Be it at the Bay of Pigs conflict when he first spoke. It turned out that nobody was able to solve the problem. And then all of a sudden, because of the Pope's message, Argentina and Chile agreed on the Bay of Pigs. And then the Philippines. And another example of his unprecedented and exceptional power and efficiency. When I was the ambassador of the Republic of Poland to the Holy See, it was always the East Timor ambassador, you know, the most Catholic country in Asia with some 99% Catholics. Mind you, it's not the Philippines, it's East Timor that is the most Catholic country in East Asia. He was always saying, look, Mr. Ambassador, it was Saint John Paul II that saved the independence of East Timor. It is thanks to Saint John Paul II that we were able to shake off the threat of Indonesia, and we were also under the threat of genocide. So the ambassador of East Timor is using a lot of example. So what was the secret? John Paul II was the secret in itself, and all the teaching and messages of him. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Croatia, and at one of the panels with the Catholic University of Zagreb, I actually heard very much the same words. Croatia owes its independence to John Paul II, and all the Croats remember it and are very grateful, and it's so obvious. Thank you very much. Ambassador Neven Pelisaric, the ambassador of Croatia, did speak about that. We did have this anniversary during the COVID times, but he made an online presence, and he said that the Croats would never forget what John Paul II did for Croatia. He was the first one to say Croats wants to be free and independent, and they will be. Yes, so we are speaking about the replies and responses that John Paul II offered to the challenges of our world, but they will only be important if we agree on them and we start living them. And Sister Adela is just an example of that, because you decided to open your congregation following the thought of John Paul II, and John Paul II is a patron of your congregation. How did John Paul II influence you, sister, that you have created such a grand deed?
I think that he influenced me from the moment he came into the balcony in St. Peter's Square. None of us knew who was Karol Wojtyła. But when I saw him, and I'm going to refer to the ambassador, I saw a free man. It's hard to explain because it's something that is in the heart, but I saw a man that was so free to be himself. And if we go through all his pontificate, he was always calling family, be who you are. Young people, be who you are. So he was always calling us to be who we were, because as somebody mentioned before, we enter into a crisis of identity. Suddenly, the world was going so fast into so many things, changes in every country, changes in culture, in nature, civilization, and the world became disoriented. And I think that John Paul was such a clear example of what it is to be free and what it is to have such a clear identity, who I am. I am a child of God, and as a child of God, I know my gifts and I know my responsibilities and my duties, and he was teaching us all that. Somehow I was able, by the grace of the Holy Spirit, to read that in his heart. And I always say that I had the grace at that moment to exclaim something that it was not coming from my intellectuality or my mind, it was coming from my soul when I said, finally, I found the man that I was looking for. My heart was desiring to find somebody like him. When he began to teach, I was following him. There was no internet at that moment, so I had to wait for the Observatorio Romano. But every one of his words, it was a light to my soul, a light not only to me, I think it was a light that needs to continue to shine. And I am in total agreement with the ones that were saying very little is being said of Jean Paul. Not in my case, that's my mission, to speak until the day I die about his legacy, whether they like it or not. But I believe that Jean Paul is not a person of the past. Jean Paul is a person more than ever for the present, and it will be a person for the future of the third millennium. I believe that we need to reread and envelop and develop his magisterium and his legacy. Reading him, I found myself. I found this is who I am. It's not that I was borrowing him, it's that I found my Marian heart in communion with the Petrine heart. And that was a great freedom from my own mission in life. And I will also say, I would like to say something about his freedom. I think that when he said, be not afraid, the first words that he gave us, be not afraid, it's not only, as he explained in Crossing the Threshold of Hope, that the world today and the people of today have many things to be afraid of, especially what we have created of the world. But I think that by saying, be not afraid, he was saying, be free. Because the greatest slavery of the human heart is fear. And all of his life, he taught us not to be afraid of anything that was external. And that's precisely, as Professor was saying, that's the greatest mistake of the liberation theology, is that evil is external. But they never spoke about personal sin. And personal sin is what causes social sin. So conversion was not included in the rhetoric. Actually, conversion is what is necessary for us to change society and the civilization. So the freedom of Jean Paul always touched my heart. He was a man totally free. He was a man hardly to be found, a complete full man. I loved his character, his personality. Now we have to go to something that he said. And he said, if you want to understand my teachings, and if you want to understand me, you have to go into my heart, you have to go into my life. Because his freedom was not free. He had to pay a big price to become the man that he was. He had to suffer so much, not only as a family member, losing all his family and know what suffering was all about. Losing his family gave us a man that gave us a fountain about the magisterium of the family. He suffered Nazism, communism. He was always surrounded by a totalitarian system, and in the midst of all, he was a free man. He made the choices that were the correct choices to make. And I think that's one of the greatest legacy. The choices are ours. Just like Maximilian, that when he went into the concentration camp, from the city of the Immaculate, he said, now I come to my new city of the Immaculate, and I must build it here. I'm sorry. And I think that that's a choice that we have to make. It is my choice to allow the freedom that God has given me as his image and likeness to live in it regardless of the situations that are affecting and threatening our culture. Because only with that freedom and with our choices is that we're going to be able to build the civilization of love that was one of the greatest desires of St. John Paul. And he said, you need to have strong characters and courageous characters to build the civilization of love, two characters that definitely we can find in him.
Dziękujemy za piękne słowa, właśnie takie świadectwo.
Thank you very much for these beautiful words speaking about freedom and the two dimensions of freedom, the external freedom and inner freedom, this material and also spiritual freedom. And I believe this is the case of very many other notions that John Paul II mentioned. I believe that another one that he introduced into this intellectual debate was solidarity and also mercy. And I believe that this is what Professor Szczerski mentioned, that this was this universal dimension of Polish experience which resulted from this cult of mercy of Saint Faustina. Hence the question to Professor Stawrowski. I want to ask you about this dimension of inner and external sense of freedom in the teaching of John Paul II. We usually associate it with the challenges of the communism, so a response to the communism. But maybe solidarity is also a response to current threats, when maybe we're not threatened by totalitarian systems, but we still lack this solidarity among us. Let me come back to the notion of freedom, because something should be added here, also with reference to the pilgrimage of 1983. So this freedom is not only inner freedom, external freedom, but there's also dynamic freedom. We all grow up in freedom. And this is what John Paul II remembered in 1983 when he said, "You are the sons of and daughters of God, you are free." So you are given freedom, but you also have this task to be free and also to be good. Now, this freedom should not destroy, but it should build. He also says that the truth of freedom is serving love. So these are beautiful quotes from John Paul II, and this is also connected with this message of Saint Faustina about mercy and this appeal to be merciful and to show solidarity to others. Only people who stay in truth can do this. Those who pass people who are beaten up, they are enslaved. They don't see the outer world. They don't see their vocation, their calling, through which they could fulfill their freedom. Now, I believe that John Paul II had this great talent, and this is something we experienced. So his talent was that he was very attentive to others. He paid great attention to others. So he spoke to young people and he said, "Be vigilant." What does it mean to be vigilant? It means to also look after others and see what others need and see what kind of help others need. So he was very observant, very vigilant. He saw how important the message of Saint Faustina was. Because in fact, Sister Faustina, she just unveiled what was included in the Gospel. But she unveiled it in modern times, and John Paul II perceived it, and he realized that that was extremely important towards the end of the 20th century. all over the world. And the same was true about solidarity. John Paul II, he was the spiritual father of solidarity, but he didn't come up with solidarity, he didn't invent it, he didn't really use this word. During his first pilgrimage in 1979, well, I analyzed his speech, and he used the term solidarity only 3 times in this popular understanding of the term. But once the solidarity movement started, John Paul II, because he was so insightful and he focused so greatly on the world around him, he realized that that was the word that could change the world. Now, the word solidarity is a wonderful word, a wonderful term, because it reflects, it's a mirror of love. The kind of love that connects people who are ready to help others. We look after those who are in need by showing them love and mercy. But solidarity is a different kind of relationship. It's based on brotherhood between those who are ready to help others. And now love is definitely the foundation here, and on this foundation solidarity can be built. Now, this Polish solidarity movement was a unique phenomenon which took place at a unique time. It was unique when it comes to its scale, because in fact this human solidarity is something that's commonplace. This is something we experience in our everyday lives. It's so obvious that sometimes we don't even see it. But when it takes place at such a huge scale, then people are moved by it. Ladies and gentlemen, let me add one more thing. We are not fully aware of this huge scale and importance of solidarity movement. 10 million people involved in the solidarity movement, 1/3 of the nation. Now, let's imagine that now in Russia, 50 million Russians would oppose regime in the name of truth, in the name of opposing the war. Just imagine it. You know, 50 million Russians would just stand up and speak about solidarity within just 1 month. This is what happened in Poland. So there was this spiritual revolution which took place, and on the ground of it, this incredible movement started. When, just one more comment on this just regular solidarity. Some people say that solidarity is the thing of the past. Well, I must say that I was really moved when I saw what happened in Poland after the Russian invasion against Ukraine. When young people who didn't have this experience of the solidarity movement, they found this solidarity in their hearts. They felt this only natural need in themselves to help those who were in need. So that was this second miracle of solidarity that we experienced. If we were to emphasize, if we were to sum up how John Paul II changed the world through his pontificate by proclaiming the truth, solidarity, mercy, I remember this photo of the Vatican taken from Buried View, and we saw St. Peter Square just filled with trucks. There were very few people there. Well, this is something unimaginable. Now we are used to the crowds who go there to listen to homilies, who are there to listen to John Paul II praying. So if we were to compare the world in 1978 and the year when John Paul II departed from this world.
Well, thank you for asking this question, because it's such a basic thing. The papal teaching and the Christian world, and not just the Christian world, until the moment when Karol Wojtyła became John Paul II, well, these were two different worlds, completely different worlds. Maybe there will be a chance to discuss it a little bit more. You know, how many countries were commenced diplomatic relations with the Holy See? When John Paul II first entered, it was some 70 countries, and when John Paul II finished his life, this was 182 countries that the Holy See had diplomatic relations with. So it's such a big difference. So the change was substantial. It was also due to the fact that the pilgrimages of Saint John Paul II to all the continents were changing those continents and did change these continents. There was this question asked once, why do you make so many pilgrimages? John Paul II said, well, these people can't come to me, I have to bring Christ to them. So the experience of papal pilgrimages was an experience that was shared by tens of millions of people, people who still remember and who still appreciate that. These people say that, well, he looked at me during the pilgrimage and this changed my life. So something has happened that never happened before. Well, Paul VI did have a number of pilgrimages in his service, but these were incidental events, while Saint John Paul II was the traveling pope. He simply felt that without his presence, without his words, this fantastic heritage of Christianity and the message of Jesus Christ will not change the world if he's not bringing it directly. So he did, and the world changed. And the world changed significantly. Here comes 1978. Many people feel that if the change comes, if totalitarian empire of evil can collapse, well, it will collapse only in the future. I think John Paul II knew very well that this may happen sooner rather than later, over the next dozen of years or so. It was Saint John Paul II who made sure that the Holy See started diplomatic relations with countries such as the US. I mean, now it seems impossible. I mean, the diplomatic relations must have been there before. No, they weren't. It was Ronald Reagan who started diplomatic relations with the Holy See. I remember during one of the conferences in Washington, I remember listening to Ronald Reagan's people. They were so moved when they refer to the moment when Ronald Reagan was looking at John Paul II pilgrimage to Warsaw. He had tears in his eyes, and he said, Pope has a key. Pope has the key, said Ronald Reagan, the president of the US. It was a significant change. It was indeed a shift in the US-Vatican relation. And then there were no diplomatic relations with the UK to start with. Sally Exworthy, British ambassador, whom I asked to participate in the 100th anniversary of John Paul II's death, well, she told me openly that there were no diplomatic relations between the UK and the Holy See since the 16th century. And then St. John Paul II also made diplomatic relations happen with Israel. This is where he started this very difficult and yet sometimes fruitful dialogue. John Paul II realized perfectly well that what's very important is to have relations with the Muslim countries. Can you recall the number of Muslim ambassadors and Muslim countries that started their diplomatic relations with the Holy See during the pontificate of John Paul II? Let me tell you a brief story. We are attending a holy mass at the grave of John Paul II together with my wife. There we are. And all of a sudden, here comes the ambassador of Iran. Well, I knew that person. I always thanked him for what the Persian soldiers did to our soldiers. And so he stops, and he's there with a delegation of Iranian ministers. He comes to me. Well, he does not really kneel at the grave, but he decides to participate in the Holy Mass, and then he stands up, he bows, and he leaves. I think this is a picture that speaks a number of words, doesn't it? So to answer your question, it was a revolutionary change. I don't really like the word revolution, but it was a shift. What John Paul II did was a total turnover in the relations between the Holy See and the outside world, and the other way around. Because countries like, well, we used to call them the countries of the third world, they did realize that they can count on absolute solidarity and support of a single man on the path to freedom and independence. They knew that they can count on John Paul II. East Timor is just an example, but those tiny little African countries felt empowered and they felt valued. I spent many years in Nigeria, so Africa is very close to my heart. And I also understand these African relations and these grand relations that I witnessed myself talking to various African ambassadors. They were saying it openly, that it was Saint John Paul II who turned those tribes into nations, offered them value and agency. And to all believers in Africa, he offered such a big strength. The very fact that he said the truth will set you free was something that truly liberated the soul of these people and made those tribes into nations and made those countries feel their own dignity. When Saint John Paul II was dying, everybody wanted to be there in St. Peter's Square and pay homage to this great man. Everybody wanted to make it to St. Peter's Square, that has become a place of meeting, place of pilgrimage during his pontificate. And let's hope this stays this way. May I just add in passing that John Paul II, back in 1980s, when Ukraine was really a non-existent country, so John Paul II was the only global leader that spoke up about the rights of Ukraine. There were many countries with Ukrainian citizens, with Ukrainian diaspora. He always wanted to meet the minority. He spoke Ukrainian to them, and he initiated the celebration of 100th anniversary of Russia's baptism. This is to give value and empower Ukrainians. So this is to respond to what Professor Stawrowski mentioned when he spoke about this Polish-Ukrainian miracle. It's so good that you mentioned Ukraine right now. Yeah, I remember John Paul II kneeled, and he was the only leader to kneel in front of Wyszyński and Józef Silipi, who is the communist martyr who was tortured in the Soviet lagers. He was marginalized in Rome. Nobody spoke of him, nobody mentioned, but it was Saint John Paul II who hugged him, and then people understood that this Ukraine is all, this very unlucky Ukraine is close to his heart. Ladies and gentlemen, we could take ages to discuss these topics, but unfortunately our time is up. And very often the moderators would say, but now we need to put a full stop. We can't put a full stop. We understand that this talk will not be stopped here. It will be continued in different milieu, in different times, because there's so many things that we could and would discuss. May I just say one more quote from John Paul II? It's so important and valuable. During the general audience in April 1992, John Paul II said as follows: "The highest threat for human freedom comes when you capture the person, when you enslave the people, while at the same time you say that you make them free, you set them free." So enslaving a human being while setting them free is something we need to oppose. This is something we need to realize. And I think this is very topical right now. Thank you very much. Grzegorz Górny and his fantastic visitors. I can see Sister Adela also seeking to take the floor very briefly, I understand.
I just want to add up something, and it is that we spoke solidarity, love, peace, the capacity he had to reconcile nations. Jean Paul had the capacity to read the problems and going into the root. And when we go into the roots of the problem, we don't give superficial answers. And that's what he did. And solidarity, it was in Poland a movement, but it became a way of life, as he said it. I want this to be a way of life for the church. That's the first thing he said in Mexico in 1979, when he went directly to speak to the bishops of Ceylon about the theology of liberation and the situations that were beginning to take place in Latin America. And he said the only answer is a true and profound evangelization and a way of life of solidarity. Because the clashes of classes, or any clashes that we have, can only be resolved by solidarity. So, and solidarity is, as you said, is seeing my brothers and sisters and seeing the situations that are happening, not just like events, and sadly, we can see them now as simply news. Is seeing the suffering of my brothers and sisters, or the situation of my brothers and sisters, and what can we do about it. And just to finish, I want to say something, and I'm going to refer to the theology of the gift of St. John Paul II. And I believe, and I truly believe, and not just because I love him so dearly, but I believe that St. John Paul II is one of the greatest gifts the Lord has given, the Holy Spirit has given to the church. And if we have been, most of us have been alive and present during the gift of having him among us. But now we have the responsibility, now we have the task of continuing to keep him alive in the heart of the church and in the heart of the world. As a custodian and responsible to take the relic of his blood through the whole continent of America, I can tell you something by experience. Even the secular media don't announce the coming of the relic. They announce the fourth apostolic visit of John Paul II. It's like they don't want to let go of the memory they have of St. John Paul. Yeah, I know there's many people that are against, and maybe not that many, just that they're louder, that are against St. John Paul because of the moral voice that he is. But there's a lot more people that want to still hear his voice and want to still hear his teaching. So it's a responsibility to keep his legacy alive.
Dziękuję panelistom, dziękuję Grzegorzowi. Grzegorz mówił o dwukrotnym...
Thank you very much to panelists. Thank you to Grzegorz. We will now make a pause, which will be 15 minutes coffee break, but no more than that, because we are about to kick off with more panels. Some of the panelists have to catch the trains and the planes, so they don't stay in Krakow forever. So we are meeting in 15 minutes, 12:15 for another panel. Thank you.
Państwo, wobec obywatelskiego nieposłuszeństwa ze strony niektórych gości muszę przejąć pałeczkę i powiedzieć zaczynamy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. If you're late, then you are late.
Przed nami, szanowni
Now,
państwo, panel
ladies and gentlemen, we are about to launch the panel entitled Spring of Nations. We will have foreign speaking panelists joining us today. Please make sure you get your headsets now if you need them, but then please return the headsets because they are quite expensive. We know how many they're out there, so please make sure you give back the headsets because then we'll have to pay for them. So thank you very much. So the headsets for translation. Well, after the panel, we are breaking for lunch. We will all go somewhere else. We will go as a group. So please make sure that you join the group. You may want to take an umbrella or you take your raincoat. And just to kick off, please be seated. We are now starting the Spring of Nations panel. May I now ask the moderator, that is Professor Zdzisław Krasnodębski, to take the floor. Zdzisław Krasnodębski is a member of the European Parliament, a sociologist, head of the Congress of Poland and the Poland the Great Project. Beata Szydło.
Professor Emilio Morales,
Professor Emilio Morales, philosopher, representative of Universidad San Sebastián, Santiago de Chile. Professor Joel Hodge, theologian, representing the Australian Catholic University. Mátyás Szalay, philosopher, director of the Edith Stein Institute for Philosophy from Hungary. And the host, whom I have already introduced, Zdzisław Krasnodębski. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning we made this appeal. Let me wait for our speakers to put on the headsets. Should you have any issues with translation, just let us know. So there was this appeal so that we don't just put John Paul II into this box of his times only. We all remember the time when the communism fell in Europe. We spoke about the theology of freedom. We also spoke about John Paul II and the role he played in the world. So I don't want to put him in this box of his time only, but I'd like to speak more about politics. We all know that this earthly living and the realm of God are two different things. We all know that politics is ruled by its own laws, and that, of course, this spiritual and political dimensions cannot be separated, especially when you talk about John Paul II. After all, he's the saint of the Catholic Church. He had this mission to fulfill God's plan here on earth. And we also listened to this very moving message from Mother Adela, who spoke of him as a saint. And now we will talk about this spring of nations, namely the fall of the communism, the collapse of the communism, and also the countries, that reappeared in Europe. Well, I remember when Germany was so surprised that Lithuania and Latvia wanted to become independent. So that was something that in a way, intervened with this well-settled way of thinking about Europe and history of Europe. Now, as we're talking about Spring of Nations today, we'd like to refer to current times that many people call the Autumn of Nations, the end of nations, the collapse of nations. Well, maybe I'm not right, but yesterday evening I came back from Spain, and there this sense of threatened identity is huge. You can feel the same in Italy. Well, in Poland in 2004, when we entered the EU, many people said that it was our aberration, that we were concerned about our identity, that so many EU countries kept their identity. So we have this Autumn of Nations, let me call it this way, and we also have this form of a new ideology, of this new faith. Recently, Chantal Sol called it a kind of religion of humanitarianism. So it's referring to the same, however, not all the notions that were there in the language of John Paul II. Mercy. So after all, we need to be concerned about all those who are fleeing the war, for example. In Germany, Anneberg said that everybody had to be rescued, that everyone who dies in the Mediterranean Sea, that's one person too many, that we should show solidarity. There's also one element of this new era that we're talking about, namely war. It has been mentioned here. We all remember how John Paul II reacted negatively to the USA in Iraq and their intervention there. And well, we have our country now developing greatly its defense. And well, we've talked today about this message of Christianity, that we should fight against evil with goodness, that we should overcome evil with good. But we have this paradoxical situation. So until only recently, well, in Europe, in right-wing parties, Russia was seen as this cradle of values. When I talked to representatives of previous terms in France or in Spain, they said that Putin was the defender of Christian values. Now, the question is, to what extent is John Paul II's thought relevant today? But let's start with this Spring of Nations, and let me move on to the first question. Now, apart from all these elements that contributed to the collapse of the communism, well, we know what role John Paul II played, but what was there about him, about his figure, that this process could take place, which ended up with the fall of the Berlin Wall and opened the path to this new Europe? Let me start with Prime Minister Beata Szydło. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to you. When Professor referred to that moment, my sentiments from that time came to my mind, and especially that we're here in Kraków, and it's hard not to speak about it, because I'm sure that all of us in this room, well, I'm just looking at Krzysztod right now, we all experienced that greatly, and we all remember what happened in Kraków when John Paul II came here, and we would all go to Franciszkańska Street, and when we would go to the Błonia gardens and listen to his mass. I believe that John Paul II was very, had this strength, and he could convey his message by his smile, his gesture, his presence. He made us courageous because he was courageous, he was brave, and therefore we were brave enough to stand up and then say, we've had enough. So, yes, his deeds, his teaching are important. We are all raised on it, but the fact that he was there among us, and with his simple presence, with his simple, very humane message, he gave us hope, trust, and courage. And he also, he keeps giving us this courage now as well. I remember the talks at the European Parliament when our Saint Pope, our great Pope, was being attacked, and our colleagues from other countries where Catholicism is in decline, they also approached us saying, you need to defend John Paul II because he's an outstanding figure, very important to us. So I'd like to focus on his humanity, on his being among us. We felt that he was just like us, but at the same time that he was unique, he was great and grand. We all listened to him very attentively, and he gave us strength and he gave us courage. The same question to Professor Morales. During the previous panel, we spoke about theology of freedom. And yes, our colleagues at the European Parliament, they tend to forget that communism wasn't only a phenomenon of Eastern Europe. If you are to shut John Paul II in this box of his time, then there's also this trend to shut communism in Eastern Europe. No, but it was there in Sorbonne, in Cambridge, in Oxford. It didn't disappear, it has just transformed. So I'd like to ask you how that process of national emancipation was viewed at the moment. So this emancipation from the communist empire. At the time when communist ideas and thoughts were greatly present in South and Latin America. And what's happened to this communism? Has it been transformed? Has it disappeared? It seemed to us in 1989 and in 1990, well, there was this discussion about the left. It was believed that maybe the left would, leftist parties would just disappear. So I have these two questions. How was this emancipation from the communist rule seen at the time, and what happened to communism later on, and what happened to this theology of freedom?
Well, thank you very much for this invitation to the Polska Wielki Projekt. I want to say that in Chile the things were quite different, because in 1973 we have a coup of Stat from Augusto Pinochet. And he fight against the Salvador Allende, who was the other president. And yes, we have a problem with Allende because its government was more and more ideological, and communism was very important in this government. And we have, soon we have anarchy, and the country was ungovernable. But then came Pinochet. But Pinochet used a fist of iron for the beginning, and a lot of people was killed. The Retic Commission said 3,000 people was killed. And in this context, the Pope, even the Pope as Joaquín Navarro Valls, the spokesman of the Pope, said that John Paul II named Pinochet questo piccolo dittatore. So it was so, and in opposition to the dictator of the East. So they are real dictators. Maybe. But this piccolo dittatore killed 3,000 people. So it's and when Chile was in 1980s in a lot of riots against Pinochet, came the Pope John Paul II, and he said to the Chilean. First of all, he said the Chileans have vocation of understanding, not a vocation of confrontation. In Spanish, it has rhyme because I am a poet, and in Spanish is Chile tiene vocación de entendimiento y no de enfrentamiento. It was very important for the visit of John Paul II to Chile. And remember us, for example, that people, that person must affirm by his own sake. Persona est affirmanda propter seipsam, said the Pope, and said Wojtyła too. And the visit of the Pope remember us, the Chileans, that we have vocation of respect the dignity of the person. And when the Pope have a meeting with Pinochet, he said, if you are Catholic, you must go to democracy. And how it was, how Pinochet was influenced by this, we don't know. But 1 year more later, we have democracy in Chile. So, and he speak about this and speak about another thing. Speak about solidarity. He speak about solidarity in the culture. He speak about a culture of solidarity. He speak about a current of solidarity, and he speak about an economy of solidarity. And it was more really important for the Chileans because we have important task of poverty, and the Pope said to the Chileans that poors can't wait. Poors can't wait. He said to us, poors can't wait. We need a stream of solidarity. We need an economy of solidarity. Poor can wait. Poor can wait. We have 30 years from this visit, and poor are waiting too in Chile. So we have a problem here. And the other thing that I want to think is that this visit was between a lot of concrete problems. We have a mass in the Parque O'Higgins, and in this mass we have a violinist that was against the mass, and the Pope wait for a moment, and he said to the Chileans, love is more strongest. Love is more strongest. And he said another thing. He said, love always can do more. The loves is win, he said, the Pope, and the love always can do more. And we must repeat this all the times. As Rocco Buttiglione say, we have a lot of fights. We win or we lost, anyway, but we must always fight for this sentence of the Pope. The love is more strongest.
Dziękuję bardzo. To teraz pytanie do profesora Hodge'a.
Thank you very much indeed. And now a question to Professor Hodge. We're speaking of the Chilean-Polish experience, but we did have our military junta, coup d'etat, if you like, Jaruzelski, who was not a big dictator. Maybe he was like Pinochet, a little dictator. But then we had the martial law and then victims thereof with General Jaruzelski, and the hope was abandoned and killed, and we all felt that, well, there is no going forward, and that the years to follow will turn our country into misery, and that we will be closed down behind this iron curtain. That's what we thought. But Australia seems to be distant from these types of problems. You know, no huge tension, no such a big divide in terms of leaving the oppressive regime behind. We had to follow the confrontational path, although John Paul II never endorsed that. He said that the theology of freedom is not to be followed. So, what is the idea of John Paul II as understood in Australia? If you can just give us a brief outline.
Thanks for having me. I think the problem that we had more in Australia and Southeast Asia more generally was similar to Chile, is particularly during John Paul's time in the 80s, the fear of communism that came out, particularly in the Vietnam War in the 60s and 70s. But that fear was still very real, especially after Vietnam fell. So that was a fear that drove a lot of the politics in the region, in Southeast Asia and in Australia. And some of that politics clearly impacted on countries like East Timor, which were mentioned in the first session, which I've done a lot of work on. That country suffered very greatly because of the politics of communism and anti-communism. So the politics of anti-communism very much led to support for the Suharto regime in Indonesia, and America and others were trying to prop up that regime, or at least support that regime to some degree, to prevent the spread of communism. But then you had this small little country that was in the mix as well, very, very small, less than 1 million people, but that were suffering at the hands of Indonesia because it had been invaded in 1975, around the time of the end of the Vietnam War. So in the midst of these global politics, you had this little, small, insignificant place that, that had to try to advocate for itself, and which came to the attention of John Paul in a very important way. And he was a great supporter of this little country, despite the fact that, of course, he himself was very much aligned with the kind of anti-communist politics that were prevalent in Southeast Asia. And he had to tread a very fine line in all of that. And I think going back to your original introduction about how to engage with politics, John Paul had to do this in Southeast Asia and in Australia very carefully. There were lots of sensitivities that he had to be very, very careful about. But in 1989, he was given the opportunity to visit Indonesia, and he took this opportunity and grabbed it, and at the same time then said he wanted to visit East Timor as well. And there were lots of concerns about this from lots of people, including the Timorese, about whether John Paul should be taking up this invitation, what it would look like, whether it would be seen for him to be supporting a totalitarian regime like the Suharto regime. But he managed to navigate all these politics very adeptly, even though there were lots of criticism of him. And he visited East Timor, though the Indonesians were very nervous, and so were many others. And the Indonesian government wanted to use this visit to try to bolster their claims to the territory. But it was a very important visit to the Timorese because they had been isolated for 14 years, since 1975. No one really allowed in or out except for the Indonesian military and political class. No journalists, no media, no foreign politicians. And so the Timorese were very isolated after some hope in the early 1970s that they were going to achieve independence from Portugal. So this was the first visit of a foreign leader to the territory after this period of isolation. And it was a great moment of consolation for the people and for the clergy and for Bishop Bello. And he used the symbolism of the visit very expertly. So he had a mass in a little field, a big field actually, outside of Dili, the capital, where there had been lots of disappearances and killings. And at this mass, he famously kissed a cross on the ground. Where John Paul II went, he used to kiss the ground and acknowledge that place, that country, and there was always a question mark whether John Paul II would do this for East Timor, and he kissed the cross, very, very evocative gesture that he played up also in his homily, where he talked about the Timorese as the salt of the earth and light of the world, the victimization that they had experienced, but the call to reconciliation and forgiveness that he also gave to them. And many people thought, is he calling them to reconcile with Indonesia? How can they do that? That's very difficult. But others have said he wasn't just saying that, he was telling them to reconcile with each other, because there were divisions within the Timorese and the Timorese resistance movement that were very stark, that had led to problems in 1975 before the Indonesians invaded. And John Paul was also speaking to them to, if they wanted to really achieve some independence, they needed to be reconciled and forgive each other, which was a powerful message to them. So this Mass, at the end of the Mass, famously a group of young Timorese unhurled banners and proclaimed independence of East Timor and called out to John Paul, and John Paul looked at them, and Bishop Bello said that they're calling for their aspirations, for the Timorese aspirations, and John Paul II smiled. And this was the first public protest in East Timor that for years, and that was picked up by the media. And from then on, there was a decade of movement and resistance, of political activism that then led to the referendum in 1999. So that message of human rights, of dignity, but also of reconciliation was really important. He used the same message when he came to Australia in 1986 in terms of the colonial divisions between the Aboriginal people and the non-Aboriginal people, the English, the British descendants and so on. And he called for reconciliation, but also for the Aboriginal people to claim their heritage in concert with their Christian faith. He did the same in East Timor. The church was with the East Timorese and Christ was suffering with them. Well, in the same sense, Christ was with the Aboriginal people and calling them to bring out the best of their culture and bring it to bear on the Australian nation and allow Australian Catholicism and the Australian identity to really be fully itself, so that the best of the Aboriginal cultures could be brought alongside the Christian values of love and forgiveness and reconciliation. And that was a powerful moment too for the Aboriginal people, particularly the Aboriginal Catholics, but also for the Australian population in terms of a message of reconciliation, which we're still trying to grapple with.
Dziękuję bardzo. To pytanie teraz do kolegi.
Thank you very much indeed. And now a question to our Hungarian colleague. This path of Hungary during the Spring of Nations was a little bit different than here in Poland. And it seems to me, but correct me if I'm wrong, that this element of religion or Christianity was not that present or was not that strongly present as in the case of Poland. Or maybe I'm wrong. How do you see that process and the role of John Paul II during this time of the Spring of Nations from the Hungarian perspective?
Well, thank you for the question. That's a very thoughtful idea. Maybe if I can go back to your first comment, that might help to see the situation. You mentioned that there is a certain idea out there about the autumn of nations, right? Even I have heard some of the former ministers of the Orban government speaking some 2 weeks ago on the church being an old lady. And I think we should think about carefully in which categories we access reality, because that might be a sociological category, but maybe somewhat inadequate to describe the church and even the nations. What do you mean old or the autumn of nations? Nations as the church can truly rebirth when they come into contact with the truth, when they come into contact with the radical novelty that Jesus Christ means. And certainly there was less religious element in '89 in Hungary present in the media or in the common culture. Those elements that were present certainly were due to the fact that we have Polish friends. So at that moment particularly, and also personally, you know, the Hungarian leadership was looking up to the solidarity movement that was kind of the model through which my own country and the new leadership was shaped somehow. Maybe not enough so, but certainly that was the principle. So '89 was a beginning that, and usually it is so, that started before. It started in '56. So we had to reclaim the rebirth in a way, and I think that's where John Paul II, as his example, comes to the play. We have to recover the real birth of the nation without being reactionary, and that's a real challenge. You know, rethink what the nation is, what our vocation as a nation is, not in relation, not in response to the repression or the suffering, but rather in relation to the novelty of Christ. That means using a Trinitarian imaginary. Now, if we look back now, you know, in the last 30 years, we should be rather critical towards the Hungarian leadership in general, and I guess also to the Polish leadership, as to which extent the Trinitarian imaginary was the leading idea of how we think about politics. So if I may add one more sentence, you know, John Paul II didn't introduce a paradigmatical change, because, you know, one paradigm is after another paradigm, and so that would be maybe less. What he did is he reminded us how radically we should rethink in completely different terms of what politics and religion is. May I just remind you that our common friend William Kavanaugh insisted on the fact that both terms, politics and religions, they are not just out there, we constructed them in the 17th century. So, you know, the sacred, that moment is always there in politics. So there is no independent politics and religion. Politics has certainly religious foundations, and religion, theology, has definitely political implications. So the two terms cannot be thought about, they are distinct, certainly, but cannot be thought about deeply without elaborating these implications. And I think politics should be kind of rethought of. You know, we should deeply reflect of what is original radical politics. And John Paul II and his heritage is provoking. It's provocational. There is a new vocation of restarting it.
Świetnie. Ja teraz zadam prowokujące pytanie.
Okay, may I ask you a provocative question, perhaps? Because as you say, and this was very interesting what you said about Australia. So back then in Latin America, in Asia, in Australia, in Hungary, well, communism was the problem, right? Communism was the issue. Well, it was very attractive to some of us, less so in our part of the world, but it was very alluring, yes? In Latin America, it was so attractive because there were real social problems. There was poverty, the poor, and so on. And then you had authoritarian regimes that were equally brutal as our communist regimes in Central Europe. Okay, but the communist is over. Okay, communism is over. We have won. There is victory. There are some small little communist parties every now and there. Some representatives are sitting on the European Parliament, but there is no Grand Communist Party of France. There is no Communist Party of Italy, and so on. On the other hand, what is it that we have won? What's the victory? We speak of post-Christian Europe more and more. In the US, you hear more and more voices, although the US was usually treated as an exception because Americans were always very religious. But anyway, all the stats show us that less and less people go to church, so there is less and less Christians who would go to church. When I was visiting Prado and Christian art, and somebody asked me, is it a museum only? And so in this post-Christian world, there are Christian ideas that have to do with reconciliation, for instance, okay? Reconciliation was so obvious. We shouldn't be fighting one another, no confrontation. We should be reconciling with one another. That's the way to move from the authoritarian regime and into democracy. But it turned out that reconciliation is no vetting, no background check. Reconciliation is about not checking, not bringing proof, not asking about crimes. Reconciliation is about not understanding what happened before. This was where reconciliation was abused. This was when it was twisted. Now today, we are in the situation of the war. We have to make sure that we defend ourselves. You know, there is brutal war waged just next door. And so again, the idea of reconciliation, grand as it is, but still, it is mistreated now. And then the idea of charity and love. You say, well, open up your borders to Belarus. Just recently, we had that movie coming into the Polish theaters, and the voices are how you, Christians, want to have communist regime punished, and at the same time, you close your borders to the Belarusian, you close the Belarusian borders, and you deny help and support to migrants. So, question, in the world, there is free of communism, with weakening Christianity, less and less power to church institutions, while Christian ideas are transformed and yet present in the nation. This reminds me of New Christianity by Saint-Simon or Auguste Comte. So, question to you. How does that all relate to the contemporary times? Maybe we just add one more thing. Just recently, there was this youth meeting in Brussels, traditional youth, as we called it. And these young people said, what's going on right now? The civilization that John Paul II used to call the civilization of death, this is something that is moving on, it's irrevocable, there is no way we can stop it, there's no power to stop it. So the youth never had any example of a progress that could be stopped while it is in progress. And I reminded them of 1989, which was exactly what happened when the avalanche was stopped. So what is it that we can use from John Paul II's thought to stop this progress?
Let me say the following. I believe that migration and the discussion that we are currently having, and that in a couple of days' time we will discuss in the European Parliament, is a good example of how in modern world there's this attempt to take the ideas of John Paul II and reinterpret them and twist them to the language of these neoliberal elites. So they say, how can you not let refugees in? How can you not help them? After all, you're Christians and it's necessary. But, you know, they use it in a completely different sense and context. It is, in a way, stealing and then warping the thought of John Paul II. I remember when I met Chancellor Merkel in 2016, when there was a discussion on accepting refugees, illegal migrants, and relocation. The EU, by the appeal of Germany, opened the door wide. It was totally unprepared for that. I remember my visit in Berlin in 2016, and when I was going to the airport, Mr. Ambassador showed me district saying, you know, this is where German policemen do not enter because there's so many immigrants here that they're afraid to do so. Chancellor Merkel, she talked to me at the time. We had a completely different approach to immigration at that time. We suggested that there should be this expanded humanitarian aid, that we should collaborate with church organizations, and then we had government programs and projects launched at the places from which people were fleeing to Europe. And we said that we could not let them in because we were not prepared, and we had to look after the welfare of our nations. And then she used this argument, well, after all, it's a Christian obligation. And then I asked her, okay, so what should we do so that this help would be effective and help these people, but not at the same time jeopardize our citizens? And then she had no arguments for that. I'm saying it because Well, it's deeply rooted in my memory. I've watched this process later on, also during the meetings of the Council of the European Union, when it wasn't discussed what should be done so that these people were helped, so that they would find safe haven in here, but also, you know, become adapted to our reality and embrace our values. Very easily, politicians, you know, in one sentence they would speak about charity and this need to provide help, and talk about money in another sentence. So today, as we speak about John Paul II and his ideas, because after all, they're really needed in Europe, because we need to rebuild this Europe on values, because these values have been trampled on, or certain words or sentences or figures are taken, warped, and presented in new contexts that serve different ideas. Well, at the beginning you said that we have this Autumn of Nations now. Yes, it is true, and we have to make sure that we don't get to this Winter of Nations. Yes, I believe that there's this dispute on how goodness is understood. If we take a look at Article number 2 of the Treaty of the European Union, it speaks about this equality of men and women, charity, this right to dignity. But this right of dignity does not mean euthanasia. So I believe that there is this new political divide, and we should diagnose it well. Now, I've been watching these past 3 decades, and I believe that the death of John Paul II, namely the year 2005, and then abdication of Benedict XVI, well, it seems the end of an era. So maybe we come back to the thoughts of the year 1968, but in a new radicalized form. Now, I'm not sure what the situation in Chile is, because now there's it's not this division between Allende and Pinochet. But this dispute in Europe is profound and it's growing. So the question is what the situation in Latin America is, and whether references to John Paul II could help there, especially at times when there's this clash of ideas and the time when different ideas are appropriated.
John Paul II, in his programmatic encyclica Redemptor Homine, said 2 things. Said that Christ is the way of the church, and the man or the men were the way of the church. And so, and how can we understand this? Because I think that from the beginning, the Pope speak about the dignity of person, the dignity of person. And in every kind of regime, he speak about the dignity of person. And the only way for this is to make solidarity. And we have problems now in Latin America, yes. We have temptation of totalitarian temptation in this time from the left. Yeah, it is true. But we must always say that the Pope said that the person must affirm by his own sake. Persona est affirmanda propter se ipsam. We must say in all the content, in time or not time, we must say or affirm the dignity of the person, the dignity of each concrete person, of this one, of this one, of this one, of this one. The dignity, the real dignity of the person, not a kind of abstract dignity, no, a kind of real concrete dignity of each person. And yes, we have problems now, yes, but if the freedom, as the Pope said, the freedom is for love. The freedom exists for love, said the Pope. And if we know this, and if we know that Christ win, and if we know the love win, well, we must say it once again and once again and once again and once again. I think so.
To samo pytanie do...
The same question goes to Mr. Hodge, Professor Hodge. So what's the situation like in Australia? Professor Morales spoke about dignity of every single human being. But in the previous panel, we also said that our freedom was, in a way, our obligation, that our freedom means that we can do different things with our lives. Well, isn't it so that we have lost another dimension of this freedom, namely responsibility? What's the situation like in Australia?
Great question, thank you. It's similar, I think, to Europe, where we're facing similar dynamics across the Western world. I think that the movement, the disaffiliation, the crisis that comes with a type of secularism that doesn't have any depth to it. So whether that is connected to a whole range of phenomenon, but we are experiencing, rise of mental health issues, anxiety, etc., partly exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. And then, of course, we've got the different ideological movements that are searching for identity. And then a crisis of identity within the nation itself over the past. So it's similar to what the US is facing about how to contend with past wrongs and how do we deal with that and move forward together. How do we reconcile? How do we use that language and practice of reconciliation, but without, in a pluralist context, without its Christian roots in a strong fashion? I think we're facing all of that, and of course too the discrediting of the church, the Catholic Church in particular, but a range of churches, particularly after the abuse crisis, and the lack of trust in institutions in general. So not just the church, a range of institutions are really suffering now because people are not affiliating with them anymore. Political parties too. There's a hollowing out of civil society, political life, religious life in a lot of ways as the rise of individualism and autonomy has kind of taken over. Now, the rise of individualism is great in a lot of ways. It gives people this huge amount of freedom to explore who they are and to have respect for rights and all that kind of thing, and it's a great thing. But how do we then fulfill that relational, communal dimension of living, which we all desire, and which seems to be emerging now in more and more of the identity politics that we're facing, not just the identity politics of sexuality and gender, but of nationhood and community. People seem to be looking for identity, but not really sure where to locate it and find it. So I think John Paul helps us, and so does Benedict, I think, in this way, and Francis too, to see that the political crisis that we're facing in many different areas is not just a political crisis, it's a cultural and religious crisis too. It's a spiritual crisis, and we need to be able to read modernity with the lens of the spiritual and the religious. If we really think that the human person is a religious person, that is, has a desire for God, has a desire for religion, for ritual, for meaning and for purpose. And it seems as if in the evolutionary record, you know, there's more and more evolutionary studies being done of how religion and ritual are very much at the heart of how human communities were first formed. So if it's true that we are religious at heart, then the crisis that we're facing now is not just political. Things that are manifesting in our political life are not just political rivalries, so they are that, and we have to contend with those things, but how are they spiritual and religious problems too? How is the heart, the human heart, not being fulfilled at the deepest level of meaning and purpose? And I think that's where, you know, the work of, say, Charles Taylor helps. We see the kind of the narrow secularism that, or the buffered self that lacks a transcendent orientation or dimension in our culture is in some way leading the modern person to suffer in a lot of different ways. But then what's the answer? That's the problem. And are our churches ready to deal with this? This is going to be this is going to be a medium-term to long-term issue. So the churches, I think, have to think about how, not just in the short term, but in the long term, they're going to be able to address this crisis and sow seeds now. And I think John Paul II tried to do that in his own way, for example, through initiatives like World Youth Day, you know, sowing seeds where young people can start to get in touch with each other and experience and celebrate communal life and faith. Portugal, of course, just had their World Youth Day, more than 1 million people, 1.5 million people coming together. So how do we sow those kinds of seeds now that are going to help address this crisis? And not always in big ways like that, but maybe in small ways where we've got small movements like Benedict talked about. We might be a smaller church, but it might be a more effective one in terms of trying to deal with this deeper level of crisis.
Z tego, co panowie mówią, co pani mówi też...
So, from all of you are saying, we can conclude that we now have to come to the very basic science, which is anthropology combined with theology. So just to give you an example of how different concepts are used, although that they come from very much the same language, Professor Morales is speaking about dignity of each human being that we must respect. But on the other hand, this new ideology, this new way of thinking, this new religion, whatever you call it, well, this is a religion or the way of thinking that focuses on the freedom of choice. I have to respect your choice, any choice you make. Karol wanted to be a pope, and he did. Then he became a saint of the Catholic Church. Maybe somebody else had a different choice, but wasted their life. Of course, I do respect your choices, but I have a very basic question. Isn't it the case that Christians, and you did speak about Christianity and Charles Taylor, sir, who spoke critically about the freedom of choice. It's not that all the choices are equally good. It's not that all of them should be respected. So a question to our last panelist, Mr. Szalay. Isn't it the case that today the Christians do not speak often enough about this dimension, which is about attaching value to human choices? It's not the same whether you have followed the path of John Paul II or Karol Wojtyła or different. It's not the same type of path. It's not the same quality. It's not the same value. And this brings me back to the idea of responsibility. I'm now writing an essay on Pascal, and he had a different opinion on the way we should endorse or not, on the way we should be criticizing various choices. So different type of approach on salvation, for instance, in Pascal. So the crisis this autumn of nations or fall of nations is not due to a very defensive attitude of the Christians. Maybe the path of Saint Benedict would be the right one. I mean, we close ourselves in small community rather than take up a fight. As John Paul II did.
McIntyre, in his book After Virtue, ends with this famous sentence that we need a new Holy Benedict, and that's certainly true. Now, you spoke about values, and I think maybe also the upshot of this book is that we have to be very careful of when we talk about Christian values, because there is a certain tendency to separate whatever Christian values are from the person of Christ. So I deeply doubt that there are Christian values without Christ, as I doubt that there is Christian culture without being involved in the theodrama that involves whenever you meet Christ. So I think where John Paul II helped us greatly was to see that although there are objective values and there is a person who encounters them, the situation is a little bit more complex, because the person is in the making, is giving birth by the encounter of not just any values, but about the figure of Christ as presented and as accessible within a story. So, you know, in this sense, I understand all kinds of cultural pessimism, but we are part of a story that we know how it ended. And so if you ask about the situation in like kind of the political cultural situation in Hungary, you know, I would definitely not study the, I don't know, numbers of the last elections, but I would rather ask you, what about Hungarian poetry? That's definitely more decisive, because that's the way how we access the mystery. And I think that's part of the heritage of John Paul II. That don't be afraid also means that don't be afraid of losing political power while you still have a culture around you that is Christian. And it is only Christian if you do not separate Christian values from the story of Jesus Christ.
Tak, no to jest, musimy niestety...
Well, thank you so much. Unfortunately, we have to finish our discussion because the time is up. Well, and I deeply regret that we can't discuss such important matters, because I do agree that we need to go back to the teaching of Jesus Christ, and only there will we be able to discuss dignity, mercy, charity, and so on. But we do realize there are certain theologists who simply say that Jesus Christ was simply a very good man in history. But this takes us back to something I discussed at the beginning. Maybe there is a need to be more brave and more courageous in proclaiming the dogma of the Holy Trinity. Maybe we all need to be explained what it all boils down to. But certainly, it seems to me that the conclusion of this panel is as follows. Today, we spoke of John Paul II being a person who, on one hand, attracted so many people with his sanctity, with his amazing and evident love for another human being, but on the other hand, he was a fighting pope. He was a fighter. And let's portray him like that. This is my appeal and my urge. Let's remember about this fighting pope who said don't be afraid. And it is also about not being afraid to proclaim the right understanding of the Christian values. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our audience. Thank you, Professor Krasnodębski. You heard from Beata Szydło, Emilio Morales, Joel Hodge, and Mátyás Szalay. Thank you to the panelists, thank you to the moderator, and now we have an hour lunch break. And before we leave for lunch to a different room though, please return your headsets for a while, okay? Return your headsets. Let's not leave them from here because they may not come back and this would be such a waste. Okay, so we're leaving the headsets and we are following the group.
To kłaniam się raz jeszcze Państwu po przerwie obiadowej.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome after the break. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. I hope it was good food and good diet as well. Now, we have two panels ahead of us, and as the world changes so much, so there is a lot of change here as well. We have changed the chronology of the panels, so we will kick off with the second panel after the break. We will therefore start with two fantastic panelists and one moderator. We will hear from Reverend Robert Skrzypczak, who unfortunately has to leave Krakow a bit earlier because he's going away, therefore the change. Before I open the floor to our panelists, let me just remind you that the partners of the Congress are PKO BP, Totalizator Sportowy, Polish National Foundation, Tauron, Industry Development Foundation, Orlen Foundation, the media patrons are Polish TV, Radio Krakow, IPL, Gość Niedzielny w Polityce, Wszystko co najważniejsze, and Deliberatio. And the organizer is the Foundation Poland, the Great Project, as well as the Foundation for the Victims of Communism. And Monika Jabłońska, a writer and a lawyer, is a senior researcher at the Victims of Communism Foundation. Over to you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Today, we'd like to bid you a welcome from the States. I'm very happy that I can invite Reverend Robert Skrzypczak, who is a theologian of the Dogma, Roman Dmowski and Ignacy Jan Paderewski Institute for the Legacy of Polish National Thought, the Center for the Thought of John Paul II. He is a writer as well as a winner of Totus Tuus for the teaching of John Paul II. We have the second special guest, Professor Paweł Skibiński, who is a professor at the University of Warsaw, deputy head of the Institute for the Legacy of Polish National Thought, named after Roman Dmowski and Ignacy Paderewski. He's a writer and a researcher, as well as an academic teacher. Today we are going to talk about legacy of John Paul II, but before we start off, allow me to relate to the quote from Cardinal Ratzinger, who addressed his brothers with the following words: "Each of us would like to leave a permanent mark. What remains? Definitely not the money, buildings or books. They don't remain either. After some shorter or longer time, all of this perishes. The only thing that remains for centuries is the human soul, a human being that's been created by the God for eternity. And so the fruit that lasts is what we have seeded in human souls and in human hearts: love, recognition, smile that we can use to touch our heart, and a word that evokes godly joy." And so, how many souls can say were seeded with the good seed of John Paul II? This was what I was considering when I was writing my second book on John Paul II, which is just out in Poland, John Paul II, the Pope through the eyes of the world. Professor Skrzypczak and Professor Skibiński, as well as Grzegorz, Górny and Michał Łuczewski, Ambassador Kotański, have allowed me to interview them. I ran some 70 interviews from all across the world, speaking 6 different languages, and I asked them about the legacy of John Paul II. What is it? Not only for the Poles, but for people across the world. And interestingly enough, these exceptional panelists will discuss John Paul II's legacy. So thank you for kindly accepting my invitation. I will start with Professor Skrzypczak. What is the legacy of John Paul II to you as a priest, but also for the Polish people? I'm a great fan of upkeeping the thesis that we were managed to create a generation of John Paul II, JP2 generation. There were many attempts to challenge that or even to water it down. Having said that, when we ask ourselves the question, what is it that we have left of John Paul II, apart from his books and homilies and travels? Well, I think our generation can say that John Paul II has opened the door and allowed us to see what's the most beautiful in the church. And for people like John Paul II, Father Pio, or Moderator, or Mother Teresa of Calcutta, it's worthwhile to be part of the church. This influenced me and the entire generation. We were ready to raise money. My colleagues used to work for the entire summer washing cars just to collect money to follow the men who had decided to meet the youth. So the World Youth Days have shaped us enormously. And so did our waiting for John Paul II to visit Poland. We were shaped by that. We were really formed by the meetings with John Paul II. We were always going back with his words seeded deeply in our souls. I remember the 16th of October, 45 years ago. This was a Monday, when I first learned that Karol Wojtyła was appointed to the Holy Throne in the Holy See. I remember I was at the Mass, and one of the insomniac priests came up to our church, and he was listening to the radio all the time, both during day and during the night, and he was the first one to catch the news, and he ran to talk us. I was then a minister, and I had this privilege of transmitting this information to the priest who was celebrating the Holy Mass. I remember it was me telling him, and he announced it from the pulpit. I still remember the enthusiasm. I still remember the joy, disbelief even that something like that could have happened. Well, we never expected how big it would be. I remember I had some teachers at school who were part of the Communist Party. They were declared Marxists. And after a while, after the influence of John Paul II, they changed their ways, they changed their perspective. John Paul II was able to produce arguments for people to change their minds. One of the arguments, and one of the biggest legacy of John Paul II, was that he managed to use his lifestyle to show us a bit of heaven. Two brief examples. When I was presenting John Paul II abroad through a film, a movie, or a book, I was always impressed by the fact that people responded to me and they sort of reflected something that I have intuitively felt. It was enough for me to say Jean-Paul II, Giovanni Paolo II, John Paul II. It was enough to say this word in a different language, and people started to think about God immediately rather than about the God's official. That's not that very seldom. That goes on to say that he was a God's person, God's man. And then the second episode, when I was deacon, I was invited to take part in a liturgic assistance from Collegio Romano. I was co-celebrating with John Paul II as the second priest, assistant priest, to the Roman diacons. This took some 2.5 hours. It was prepared for 3 days before. We had lots of singing. We had to learn how to pass through the cables, and had a number of parts to perform, Ite Misaes and singing the gospel, and they offering me different pieces of advice. They say, if you don't want to have your knees trembling, don't look up at the people. And that's what I did. It was something completely new for me. But during the event itself, John Paul II was standing next to me. I could touch him just like I could touch you. And this 2.5 service was an introduction to mysticism, introduction to the prayer. It was not a man celebrating a mass. No, it was a man who entered a different dimension. This long service, well, it seemed like he was only coming back to us for a moment just to follow the service according to the scripture. Now, when the liturgy was over, I still had a chance to see what was going on at the back of the church. So John Paul II is vowed, and then he took some 7 minutes kneeling. He was 76 years old, and he was still kneeling and praying for some 6 or 7 minutes. And then I could see him leaving, and he was relaxed, relieved, as if he was just leaving a spa. And I could see that he was really relieved and he was relaxed, but he also had this gift that when he spoke to you, you felt like he's speaking to you and you only. Okay, over to Professor Skibiński. How did the legacy of John Paul II change the world and continues to do so? Well, it changed a lot, and I think it continues to do so.
Let me start by thanking you very much for inviting me to this Congress, taking place in such an exceptional place. And when I listened to the introduction by Professor Krasnodębski, I thought that there was another reason why Wawel was such a special place, because after all, this is where John Paul II was Archbishop. So he paid service to the church here. So it's his place too. Now, another thing which I believe we have tackled during the 2 previous panels is the following. Just think how greatly John Paul II has directed us towards this unity or cohesion of life. He was a monolith, we could say. Well, I'm saying it as a historian with some embarrassment, because usually we try to analyze critically different figures. We put them in a way to pieces to analyze them, but it's impossible to do it with John Paul II. You have to approach him holistically in a very coherent way, because what he said, what he did, and what he wrote was greatly connected with who he was. Now, if you look at it from the religious perspective, it means holiness. This means full man. This is what this homogeneous man should be, with no inner contradictions. This means sainthood. So this power of conviction results from sainthood, from holiness, from this integrity of his. But if I were to directly answer your question, let me say the following. Well, I believe that we see this long-term effect of John Paul II in 3 dimensions. Well, I believe it's difficult to already evaluate this effect, but it definitely cannot be underestimated. The first aspect is the religious aspect, so the religious dimension of this influence of John Paul II. This is something that hasn't been mentioned here yet. He has changed the pantheon of Catholic saints, or, to say it differently, he just expanded this pantheon. So we have very many saints worth following, not only from contemporary times. And now 4/5 of this pantheon are Poles. And there were very many women who were proclaimed saint during his papacy. So he was a feminist, we could say. So he raised to the altar 4 out of 5 holy women.
Telefon mi śpiewa ku chwale świętego Marcina, a nie świętego Jana Pawła II, no ale bardzo przepraszam. Otóż to jest, wydaje mi się,
bardzo istotny element,
This is
ale nie
a
jedyny
very
w
important
kształtowaniu
thing,
współczesnego
but
Kościoła.
not the only one,
Kościół to nie
in
jest
shaping contemporary church, because I hope that sociologists will excuse me, but the church is not just an institution, well, it's something transcendent. And this holiness, being canonized, beatified by John Paul II, and this huge number of martyrs, martyrs of the Second World War, martyrs of the communism, of the Great French Revolution, as I was taught at school, this great revolution. And finally, my civil war in Spain, the martyrs of the civil war in Spain, which I'm particularly fond of because I dealt with it as a scholar. Now, it's a kind of a very rare kind of reform, deeply rooted in piety, this folk piety, let me put it this way. So John Paul II proposed an expansion of the saints, of the number of saints, and everybody accepted that. The more progressive ones, the less progressive ones. And let's not forget his legal and doctrinal related legacy. Well, his encyclicals have been mentioned here, but we also should remember other of his documents. The teaching of the Catholic Church and 2 codes of canonic law, the Latin and of Eastern or Orthodox churches. Well, these documents still obey, are still valid. Well, I'm sure there will be some amendments to them, but still they are valid. Now, another thing is how his pontificate has influenced our religious reality. This impact was greater than being limited just to the religious community. We spoke about this intellectual legacy of John Paul II, and I'd like to mention only 2 things here. One of them has already been mentioned, the theology or philosophy of human sexuality. Professor Łuczewski, who's with us today, he knows very well the text of the teaching of John Paul II, and God created them man and woman. It's a very deep and endless reflection on human anthropology and sexuality. And that goes beyond what was discussed by by the generation of 1968. It's a very serious proposal, and therefore I believe will have a long-term effect. What I find even more important socially and politically is the question of the philosophy of natural communities, theology of natural communities. This is what modern church hasn't digested in a way, it hasn't discussed intellectually. Well, it wasn't me who came up with the sentence that I have just uttered. John Paul II, he focused greatly on the family and also on national issues. Well, here we spoke about the spring of nations. But this challenges the social philosophy of the West after the year 1945. Why? Because this Western thought has taken into account that people were members of the social community. And this is something that people have forgotten.
Ale pamiętajmy jeszcze o innej elemencie tego, bo to są te elementy dziedzictwa.
Well, these are the elements of intellectual heritage that could be multiplied, because there's also this theology of labor, philosophy of labor,
też się na to rzadko zwraca uwagę, ale też powiedzmy o tym dziedzictwie, nazwijmy
and
to
too little attention is paid to it.
społecznym, koncepcji
But if we think about
jak
the
żyje
social
człowiek,
heritage,
we współczesnym
or
świecie, jako też pewna zbiorowość.
how people as a certain community live in the current world. So we've spoken here about this freedom of nations.
Zagadnienia redaktor Grzegorz Górny.
Grzegorz Górny has tackled on this issue. But well, if you think about it more deeply, then you have to admit that Ukrainian identity was greatly awakened by John Paul II. We spoke here about this 1,000 years of the baptism of Ruthenia.
Punkt zwrotny, pielgrzymka papieska, punkt zwrotny w
And
historii danego narodu. W 2001 roku
pilgrimage of the Pope to Ukraine in 2001, well, maybe it wasn't greatly appreciated at the time. Well, I believe it was generally underestimated, but it definitely had a great impact on that society.
I wreszcie, proszę Państwa, proszę pamiętać o tym, że Jan Paweł II wpisuje się w
let's also remember that John Paul II inscribed in the intellectual heritage or legacy of the Church, because John Paul II is the defender of integrity and integrality of society. And he defended against egoism.
O który upominała się w ciągu ostatnich tych 150 lat prawie swego istnienia. I Jan Paweł II to wprowadził jako element debaty.
What we've waited for 150 years, and John Paul II introduced it as an element of public debate. And if this issue is to come back to the public debate one day, you mustn't forget about John Paul II. Let's just recall here what he said in 1982 at UNESCO. Now, the last thing is the rights of families. Are there any European politicians who refer to this legacy? Well, I don't think so. But this doesn't mean that it wasn't important. We're just unable to understand and embrace all of his heritage and legacy. We're just too immature to understand this sainthood of his. But I believe that we should try and do it. Well, let me end this catalogue here, presented here differently than the one presented by Reverend here. Okay, let me add this more international or American point of view. Now, the fact that Karol Wojtyła from Wadowice became the head of the Holy See, that also elevated Poland and its culture, its music, its literature to the international level. Yes, in this American reality, we always talk about Polish literature and culture and history first, and we say that first we should understand the legacy of John Paul II.
Może na tyle. Czy zatem spuścizna Jana Pawła II, która jednak jest trudna?
The legacy of John Paul II, because, well, it's not easy. You have to go back to your roots, so it can be a kind of provocation. It forces you to think, to go back to your roots. Is there a chance for this legacy to survive in this secularized world? If yes, then what tools should be used so that this, as much as possible, is left of this legacy? We could say that the legacy of John Paul II and, well, the way he ruled the church, his style.
Indeed, so the way he ran his corpus theologicum, 15 encyclicas, adhortations, a number of letters, over 80,000 pages. So the body of material, the corpus left by John Paul II, not to mention what he first wrote as Karol Wojtyła, well, it is really very difficult to digest right now. The language of the encyclicas is not very easy. And those of you who read Benedict XVI would have said, well, it's such a different style. But it's not only a style, it's also the method. Because John Paul II wanted to equip the world for the difficult times, as if he knew that the church will have to fight a battle, not only a spiritual battle, but also a civilizational one. Back in 1977, when he came to the US, he spoke of that. He was invited as a cardinal by different milieu, and back in Philadelphia, he said something that rests with us, rests with me, namely, Karol Wojtyła, as a cardinal, said that we will have the time when there will be an inevitable clash between the church and anti-church, the gospel and the anti-gospel, and we must get ready to these difficult times. He also said, I'm sorry to state, but I feel that most of the Catholics never cared about that. And then as a Holy Father, he came back to during his first pilgrimage in 1980 to Fulda, when he first arrived to Germany as the Pope. And after a rosary, he went out to the guests and somebody asked him how topical the Fatima's message is. Totus tuus, a Marian Pope, but it's still before the attempt of his killing, before the relation was discovered between Fatima, the Mother of God, and the role of John Paul II. And John Paul II goes on to say, we must get ready to face very difficult times. They may require us to sacrifice our life and to agree for blood to be shed. But then he cut that topic short. He took out his rosary beads, and he said, this is where the power lies. This is where my power comes from. Also, those very difficult analyses do not take us to Witkacy's like last station resignation, but they would always, like St. Augustus used to say, if you want to strengthen a man, make him ready to face difficulties. Do not pat them on the back, make them ready to face the wind. And I think this is what John Paul II did. He made us ready to face the wind, as Professor Skibiński just said. I used to work a lot with the roots and the sources of the Krakowian milieu and the so-called future theology of the body. What was happening here? It started with Nigowici, and then he stayed in Krakow at Floriańska, and then as bishop and archbishop in different locations. And he says, I loved human love. He was looking at human love. That's why he enjoyed meeting young people. He enjoyed going skiing with them or canoeing with them, just to listen in to the phenomenon of human love, of getting in love, of the possibility to build a permanent relation. What is a marriage? What is a family? John Paul II focused on that as a priest, but also as a formative experience. This was important for him. Here in Krakow, John Paul II developed a study on family. He even opened a faculty in the Krakow Korea, a faculty that was there to deal with family. They were training midwives as well as priests working with families and families-to-be, so fiancés. He organized 3 international conferences devoted to such difficult topics as post-abortion trauma, and conceptual reality. And here comes 1970s, and here comes other developments, and he becomes Pope, so this type of work had to be abandoned. So back in 1978, everybody was surprised that it was Karol Wojtyła who took over the Holy See. Al-Burabari told us the Osservatore Romano prepared various dossiers of various papabili, and Wojtyła was not even there. People thought he would be the representative of Africa. Cardinal Tisserand said, Karol Wojtyła presenting the new Pope. And all of a sudden, here comes the Holy Father, who looks a little bit like an egg surprise, Kinder's egg, looking as if he's very well groomed to start his pontificate. He started off with a 5-year program of philosophical and theological background into family and sexuality. No other pope has ever done it before. No other pope has devoted so much time on researching this one topic, namely family, this catechism teachings that he pronounced in 1980 and 1984 that were then first collected as the theology of the body. So no pope has ever before taken up the topic of sexuality, relation, ethics of sexuality, building relations, and marriage. And then we pronounced the year of the family, Familiaris Consortium, his letter to families, his letter to women, and then the World Family Days. He kept on consolidating and strengthening human love and human sexuality. When I first dealt with tracking the sources and roots thereof, I visited Dr. Półtawska. I know she's not an easy interlocutor, is she? But she told me a lot of things, and she uncovered a lot of things to me. Professor Kasidło, who cooperated with Karol Wojtyła, was also my interlocutor. I managed to get a lot of information out of him. And then I realized what was it that we saw happening in 1968. It was huge mental civilizational bomb, if you like. I'm talking about sexual and mental revolution that first boomed in the US and then the UK with Enovid, the first contraception pill to be introduced into the market. This changed the vision of a man, of a woman, of human sexuality. And then I saw Wojtyła being engaged or relating to all of this, also by building an expert panel to support Paul VI in writing his Humanum Vitae encyclica back in 1968, and then many articles to follow suit. And then when I realized what was going on, how sexual revolution is progressing. And then the second impact wave of the sexual revolution happening right now through transgender revolution. Well, I was asking myself, Karol, how did you know? This was the question I asked myself silently. How did you know where the impact is coming from in our civilization? How did you know that this would be an impact, this will be a blow to the most intimate relation between a man and a God? I still remember 1980s. A theologian, a priest, has to be well prepared if they want to engage in a theological debate. It seemed that the main plan to make our society more secular or atheist really will come from theological faculties or from party committees. How did he know back in the 50s? How did he know already then that we must get ready to make sure that the main impact and the biggest blow will come at the area of human sexuality? Why sexuality? John Paul II explained that. When God wanted to create us at his own image, he created us as men and women, as sexual persona. So the sexuality, the art of living sexual life, of living interpersonal relation, is a way by which we can open ourselves to God. This is the place, as Karol Wojtyła said, through which the God expresses himself. So this is the best way. Now, how can you rubber off or wipe off the idea of God? Well, the best way to do so is to write off or to eliminate sexual differences between what's men and what's women. How did he know back that? Well, there is another issue that I'm not really going to go into. It's a concept of a person. Why did he consolidate the concept of person? A person, and this can be applied in bioethics, in medicine, in philosophy, in politics as well. It turns out that it is thanks to Wojtyła, really, that we now understand how important a person is. I was talking to a number of professors from France or from Italy, the persona specialists, and they say Wojtyła made us even more courageous because we thought that the battle for the human persona is all lost, and he gave us hope. Apparently, the concept of a person is one of the greatest gifts of Christianity to the world. Thank you very much. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have to finish off, so I will just conclude in 3 words and ask you a very brief question. How can we protect John Paul II's legacy? Very briefly, in a nutshell. Well, that's so very difficult to answer that in 3 words. May I just focus on the following? First and foremost, to some way we need to copy John Paul II. We should be reliable and we should be efficient in copying his action. Indeed, we need to take it seriously at various levels of our actions. John Paul II dealt with various issues at an intellectual level, at the conceptual level, and then the second thing is we need to defend our anthropological position, namely, we have to speak the truth. Looking at Wojtyła, if you tell the truth, you change the world. I understand all this media coverage and the dominance of media features, which are very often false or not complete. But we need to have this personal responsibility. And Karol Wojtyła gave us an example of what truth can do. Nobody can say that a vicar of Niegowici or a son of a Wadowice officer will once become a man who will be able to influence the public discourse all around the world for over 25 years. And that's what he did, because he was an influential figure even before he became Pope. So I wouldn't like to look for some instrumental answers. What is it that we can do? I would rather think about the approach, the attitude we need to undertake in order to kick off with action. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have to finish this discussion, but I encourage you to read my book, John Paul II, the Pope to the Words of the Eyes.
Dziękuję bardzo wszystkim. Skrupulatnie zrobiłem notatki. Myślę, że są dwa
Thank you to all the speakers. I took notes, so let me
coś zmienia, a drugi przywołał słowa, kiedy chcesz wzmocnić człowieka, przygotuj.
remind you about two quotes here. If you want to change a man, just prepare him. If you want to save a man, just prepare him for a change. Don't just pamper him. So that was one. And the second one was be brave if you want to change the world. Now, the next panel is going to be held in Polish and in English, so should you need interpretation, please take the headsets, and once the symposium is over, please leave them. Now, let me invite to the stage the host, Mr. Michał Łuczewski, who will introduce the rest of the speakers.
Of George Mason University in the field of peace building and conflict resolution, world-renowned scholar. Please, Marc, join us. And I would like to invite Martin Kalungu-Banda, a fellow of Said Business School, also a world-class expert in trainings and leadership trainings. Now we are in the middle of the training on leadership for the future, and also my friends, I can add. So let us move to the year 1989, 1 month before semi-free elections in Poland, half a year before John Paul II pilgrimage to East Timor. He visits another country, another continent. Mr. President, distinguished members of the government of Zambia, dear brother bishops, dear Zambian friends, this time has come for me to leave your beautiful country. I have been very happy among you, and I take away with me the joy that we have shared during these days. I will always remember you with affection in my prayers. You welcomed me with kindness, and since my arrival, I have been accompanied every step of the way by your extraordinary hospitality. I have experienced at first hand the warmth of your human relations and the depth of your aspirations to live in a society based on respect for the dignity of every human person. I will be very pleased if my visit leaves you convinced of my friendship and esteem. I have been happy to meet the priests, religious, and seminarians, and I have been edified by you all, young and old, by your families, and by those of you who are sick and offer your sufferings for the church and for your ministry. To you, the young people of Zambia, I wish to say a special word of gratitude for taking such an active part in the various events of this visit and for sharing your joy so spontaneously. The future of Zambia and of Africa can indeed depend on your sense of responsibility and your willingness to strive for the noblest ideas. Take the future into your hands by preparing yourselves now, as fully and as actively as you can. Love your country and be ever faithful to the grace of God at work in you. God bless you, President. God bless Zambia. So I wanted to start with that long quotation to refresh memories, maybe of some among us. And I wanted to ask you, Martin, whether you were one of those young people full of spontaneity, of joy, one of those people who accompanied John Paul II during that momentous pilgrimage.
Yes. I was. And just before I answer your question, permit me to say thank you. To say thank you not just for being here, but to say thank you for the kindness, the brotherhood and sisterhood of the Polish people to my home country, Zambia. My wife, who is sitting at the back of this room, her parish today is still run by Salesian priests. But it's not just priests. It's priests who care about the education of our young population. It is priests who care about the challenges of unemployment. My wife, who is sitting at the back, introduced me to one of our friends, Sister Mariola, a Polish nun who runs a vibrant orphanage in the capital city, Zambia. Other than the fact that her skin is different, it's like most people in this room, white, and the rest of the orphans are black, like me, you cannot tell that she is not the real mother. Every child has a one-on-one relationship with her. So I just wanted to begin with a deep sense of gratitude to your missionary work, to your presence in my home country. I was one of the young people, and I was the person who conducted the choir when the Pope had Mass with archbishops, bishops, priests, and nuns at the capital city's cathedral. And for me, it was just out of this world that I could conduct Mass at which the Pope was the main celebrant. And I didn't care for anything else. We had been preparing for months and weeks, and finally the day came. And when Mass finished, we all just wanted to bid farewell to him as he went on with other duties. But somehow, within that moment, one of the cardinals, Cardinal Tomko, found his way and came to me and said, "Young man, well done. The Pope asked me to tell you that in case you would like to read music, he would be happy to support a scholarship for you to go and study music at the Gregorian University in Rome." Poor me, because I grew up in the village, and for me, music was not something you went to study, something you were born doing. In the evenings, my mother, my father, my brothers and sisters and I would sit around the fire and we would sing. So if you talk about missing opportunities when they show up, I did miss one. I never went to Rome.
Yeah, I of course knew that Martin was there, so, but I didn't prepare you for that question. And now I'm turning to Marc. I want to read a piece of your biography. You have written a piece of your biography on somebody who tries to bring peace to war-torn zones, and ask you about the role of John Paul II. So let me just read a brief piece Marc wrote about his life as a peace builder all over the world. It has been 20 years since I became deeply immersed in peacemaking and religious diplomacy as a citizen diplomat in Syria and elsewhere. It became essential to side with the victims of genocide in Syria, take care of them, and apply the lessons of interfaith conflict resolution to their survival and management of severe trauma among the refugee victims of war in Turkey and Jordan. This was my response to the intense pain experienced by me and others trying to help millions of Syrian refugees to survive and resist their cultural and physical destruction. This work led to some serious trauma in my own life and many upheavals. I had to face the effects of war and treating the victims of war on my own psyche. I realized that I could not persist in the practice of conflict healing and peace building without a much deeper analysis of the human being's interaction with suffering. So you were very open in that fragment about the impact of war on you, on somebody who tries to help people in war-torn zones. And then you wrote that that was the time when you came back to your old friends, intellectual friends, like Victor Frankl, like Dalai Lama. And I was wondering whether John Paul II could be one of those friends you can turn to when you deal with trauma, when you deal with the war-torn zones, for you, as a professor of American University, but also as a rabbi.
Well, leave it to you to find a creative question that I didn't expect. That's wonderful. Well, I've been thinking about that, and I realized that in my youth, there's some fascinating parallels here. The teacher that I studied the most with when I was very young, he was a survivor of both communism and World War II, and he has very parallel reactions to both, to John Paul. And I know that he admired John Paul, and he was very, very religious Orthodox rabbi, and yet he had this admiration for John Paul for precisely these reasons of an ability to walk a line, not become an ideologue, but become focused on the person. And so as I listen today, the idea of solidarity is very close to what I call compassionate reasoning. And in our research, compassion is a part of the human reaction that, if cultivated well, is very, very health-producing, whereas empathy and feeling the pain of victims of war can actually destroy you if it overtakes you. And so solidarity is a very interesting way in which you feel the other person with the intention to serve and to love. And I think that John Paul's walking a fine line of both the anti-communism that was necessary to resist totalitarianism, but at the same time seeing the humanity of the other, whoever that other is a perfect model for peace building and reconciliation. Because he was so self-examined, and that's another key to health that I discovered in all of the wisdom literature, because he was so deeply focused on a deep sense of self and personhood, he was very comfortable with apologizing all the time. He apologized to so many communities in an unprecedented historical way that made him an international hero in non-Catholic circles. First one to go to a synagogue, first one to gather all the religions of the world in Assisi, first one to apologize to China. He didn't particularly like communist China, but if there was an apology to be made for past colonial activity, he did it. So there was something very strong about his knowledge of himself, his knowledge of what was right, and a way to have solidarity across many, many lines. And that's exactly what you need in peace building. So that's why I was a lifelong admirer of him.
Yeah, so could he be your friend, you think, in those moments?
A friend is an interesting thing. I actually am more friendly with people who are no longer alive. So I think that it's about accompaniment. And I think that would be a very nice thing to do in terms of accompaniment.
Accompaniment,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So let's move once again to Zambia. Martin, you spoke about the personal encounter, and encounter is also an important word in the philosophy of dialogue, and also in your work. So you had a very personal encounter, somebody looking at you and then offering you a scholarship just out of nowhere. It's just incredible to think about it. But let us think about more public work of John Paul II in Zambia. What is the way you interpret John Paul II's work in Zambia now as a trainer of leaders, but also as that young man who was seeing them at that time. What is your reflection about the public impact of John Paul II?
So when I reflect on the life and work of John Paul II, I am reminded of the words of St. Augustine, who once said, or maybe, no, it's St. Francis of Assisi, go and preach the gospel, and where necessary, use words. It meant that he was aware that preaching by words was good, but not good enough. The primary way in which we preach is through our actions. And as the previous speakers mentioned on several points, the first thing that touched not just myself and my fellow young persons who were present watching John Paul alight from the aircraft was for him going down, kneeling, and kissing the Zambian soil. We had never seen such symbolism before. Immediately, the transmission was, he loves us and he loves our land. But as you would later on recognize, that act of kissing the soil is also an act of honoring Mother Nature, that we humans are in an intimate relationship as a gift from God with nature. How we look after our soil matters. If you take it in that route, protecting the environment becomes as natural as breathing. He did that with one symbolism. For me, then it is like he went out of my sight. The next time I saw him, in a more intimate way, I could focus and follow what was happening, like the rest of the world did, was in his last months on earth, his last weeks on earth, his last days. I don't know whether this is true, but the British Broadcasting Corporation said some officials within the Vatican felt they needed to keep him away from the camera because he had become frail. And you could see him losing his saliva. But the story also they said was, he insisted, no, I still needed to be seen by my people, because growing old and becoming frail and losing control of one's abilities is part of human life. And that connects deeply with our African philosophy of Ubuntu. My humanness does not depend on my youth energy. I am just human because I happen to be. And the respect that I get, it's not because of anything I have created with my effort. It is just because I'm made in the image and likeness of God. And in Ubuntu philosophy, which is an Africa-wide concept of how we look at the human being, the older you grow, the more we bow before you. Elderly persons should not be hidden away. They really matter. Even if they have nothing to say, they are just there for us to look at, to get energies from, to allow their wisdom silently to seep through us. These 2 moments of kissing the ground, teaching us on how to take care of our soil, Mother Nature, and how to take care of our elderly people, no matter how weak they become, are indelible marks that I received from John Paul II.
Thanks. Somebody mentioned, Professor Skrzypczak, who had to leave for Venice, mentioned that at first broadcasters thought that it will be an African Pope, Wojtyła, and when you are representing John Paul II in the light of Ubuntu philosophy, I feel that actually he might be African Pope. This is the way I interpret your words. So let us now jump from Africa to Israel and more broadly to Jewish Christian relations. And I wanted to ask you, Marc, about your take on the role of John Paul II on that public, probably one of the most pressing issues of our time.
Well, I think that, as I had said before, that he had this capacity to reach across barriers that had existed for many, many centuries. And when he made the decision to be the first pope in history to go into a synagogue and to visit the synagogue in Rome, it set an electric shock throughout the Jewish world. And it was also, I think Time magazine reported as the first pope since Peter to set foot in a synagogue. And I think that that moment, again, it comes back to the issue of honor and of also having the sensibility in reconciliation work to understand where is the wound that's deepest and then to go heal it. And that's exactly what he did by entering in. And after that, and this is personally because of my own sense of peace building and reconciliation, I was actually, it was wonderful to be called the elder brother. I mean, that was a nice, again, there was a family relationship that they came up with, but it was also very gratifying to see that he wanted to gather all the religions of the world in Assisi. That, for people who don't feel safe in a world of persecution, the sense in which after 2,000 years there was a home here for all the religions of the world by the Pope, it was a deeply conciliatory moment that allowed for a future relationship of a very different sort. Of course, State of Israel, that was a much more complicated political aspect of that, and to this day. But he managed that. He found a way to reach out to every different constituency of the world and look for the conciliatory possibilities, including with the Orthodox Christian world, as you know, and many others. So that kind of combination of compassionate relationship to others, plus a kind of moral reasoning on what is sensible and possible in the moment, is really the height of peace-building talents. And that was what was so amazing about him and why he touched the lives of so many millions of people.
I think this is the right time, and I'm looking here at our staff, to show the video just created for us by Gary Krupp, who was also instrumental in building relations between Christians and Jews. And would it be possible now to show that video by Gary, who is showing his work as a peace builder together with John Paul II, and also together and based on wonderful gestures. So let us, no, we can stay here.
I'm the president and founder of the Pave the Way Foundation with my wife, Meredith Krupp. I want to thank this wonderful symposium for inviting me to address you via video, unfortunately. But I wish I could have been there in person, but this is an incredible tribute to a saintly man who changed the course of my life personally. Thank you so much. Well, Pave the Way Foundation is an unusual organization, probably one of the most successful organizations in the world that nobody has ever heard of, because we work quietly behind the scenes. We talk to people who will not talk to each other, and we do so by creating a relationship with usually the heads of major religions, and we do it through gestures. We'll establish a fantastic gesture, and that gives us a level of trust, and because of that, we can then act on an obstacle or a problem, and we work to eliminate those problems. My wife Meredith and I have had the incredible privilege of getting to meet St. John Paul II, first in 1991, then again in 1998, and then again in 2000, right after the World Trade Center. In 2005, I made a request of the Secretary of State. I said that we would like to thank Pope John Paul II for what he's done for the Jewish people and for the state of Israel, which was quite remarkable. He was the first pope to visit a synagogue in many centuries. He established diplomatic relations and normalized relations with the state of Israel. He also made many declarations against anti-Semitism and how it is a sin in the Catholic Church, and he referred to us as his beloved elder brothers.
Your Holiness, we are a group of people who represent a cross-section of Judaism, who've traveled here with the blessings of millions of our faith in order to thank you. Soon after your ascension to the throne of St. Peter, you made a telling trip to Auschwitz in order to pay homage to the victims of the Holocaust. You have defended Jewish people at every opportunity. As a priest in Poland and during your 26-year pontificate, you have denounced anti-Semitism as a sin against God and humanity. It's impossible to describe the emotional impact these milestones have had on Jews worldwide. Your Holiness, these reconciliatory acts have in fact been a hallmark of your pontificate, as you've also tried to repair the ancient rifts in all of the religions of the world. The Jewish ethics of the fathers beautifully captures in verse the love you have exhibited for all humanity.
And so we had this wonderful, wonderful event, which is on our website. You can see it. You can see my speech to the Pope and his response, which was as clear as day, back to us. And it was just a wonderful, wonderful historic event.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, with affection, I greet the members of the Pave the Way Foundation on your visit to the Vatican.
Pope John Paul II's response was clear as day, and he was thanking all of us for what we've done. He thanked me personally for my remarks to him, and he ended his speech with Shalom, Shalom Aleichem. All the rabbis you saw, all of a sudden you see them smiling about that. It was just a fantastic event. In fact, I had 3 rabbis in the papal palace. It was in Sala Clementina, blessing the Pope in Hebrew. And he started to cry. It was unbelievable, the most touching experience. And the fact is that his secretary, now Cardinal Jewish, if you look at his coat of arms, he has a Star of David in his coat of arms. It's remarkable. We are one family. We are one religion. We all believe in God. The way we pray, customs and so on may vary between Islam and Judaism and Christianity, but we're doing the same thing with the same higher authority. This is the important part of what Pave the Way does. We recognize that we don't want the differences to separate us. Embrace our similarities, savor our differences. And that's our slogan. Pope John Paul II had a Jewish friend growing up, Jerzy Kluge, who was on our board of directors in Italy, in Rome. Jerzy Kluge grew up, and he tells a story. They were in junior high school, and in Poland, they would post the grades on the school. And so one day, Jerzy goes to the junior high school and sees his grades. He sees that he and Lalik, or Karol Wojtyła, graduated, and they were going on to high school. He got very excited. So he runs up to his father's house in Wadowice, and he said, where's Lalik? Where is he? He says he's serving Mass, and his house, we've been there, his house is right next door to the church. Kluge ran into the church, and all of a sudden, Pope sees him, he says, sit down, right? And all of a sudden, some woman walks over to him. He says, aren't you Dr. Kluge's son? He says, yes, I am. He says, well, you're Jewish, you don't belong in here. She walks away. After the Mass was over, Karol Wojtyła goes over to Kluge. She says, what did that woman say to you? She says, I'm Jewish, I don't belong here. He says, how stupid. Doesn't she know we're all children of the same God? This is a 14-year-old kid. Another situation that occurred, which was unbelievable, was one of my friends was the Apostolic Nuncio to Israel, Archbishop Sambi. Pietro Sambi has passed away, unfortunately. We lost him. He was also the Nuncio of the United States later on. And I was having dinner with him in Jerusalem with my wife. He said to me, when I went in to see the Pope, he always calls his delegates in and has a talk with them before they get assigned. He says to me, do you love the Jewish people? "Oh, Holy Father," he said, "I'm a diplomat. I have to be impartial. I have to be." He said, "Do you love the Jewish people?" "Oh, Holy Father, how would I react to such a thing?" "Do you love the Jewish people?" Asked him 3 times. And he says, "If you ask me in my heart, I truly love the Jewish people." So he said, "You can be my nuncio in Israel." And he told me that story that is quite remarkable. But the effect of this Pope with Jewish-Catholic relations was absolutely remarkable, as it was with all the historic things he did. It's a privilege for me to address this group. It's something that means a lot to me. I love Poland. We had a wonderful visit there. We went with Pope Benedict on his first trip when he was elected Pope. So Meredith and I and our directors from Pave the Way Foundation went to Poland with him. And I welcomed him with Jerzy Kluge into the house of John Paul II. So it was just an incredible experience. And the fact that Pope John Paul II gave me the incredible privilege, knighted me to the Order of St. Gregory the Great 23 years ago, in 2000, that changed the entire course of my life. In those years, I was in the medical business and we built houses and stuff like that. Because of that now, as a Jewish member of the papal household, I'm now bridging religions. And because of that, everything we did, we created Pave the Way Foundation. One of our friends that we brought, I made a request. I'd like to bring a delegation of Jewish leaders to the Vatican Library to see the most important writings in Judaism. Absolutely, and because it was so wonderful, the way we were so well treated, it changed the course of my life. And I was 53 years of age now, so it's a long time ago. But it did change, and it was all due to His Holiness Saint John Paul II. And funny, I made a speech when I was in Poland, and Jerzy Kluge is screaming at me, "You don't know how to pronounce it." I said, "I don't speak Polish." But I kept saying on the radio, I said, "I cannot wait for the day that we can say Święty Jan Paweł II," which was Saint John Paul II. This is prior to his canonization. I cannot tell you how lucky we are. And because of the relationship we have with the Catholic Church, it has helped us enormously with the Islamic world and the Muslims and the Protestants and the Anglican Church and the Greek Orthodox Church. We work in each of these faiths, all of the different faiths. So it's quite a privilege, and it was all started by Saint John Paul II. One of the universities decided to do this wonderful event of all of these things, and they created the Museum of Jewish Heritage, and so Paved the Way Foundation with my chairman, Elliot Hirschberg, and Richard Kandel, and so on. We actually financed bringing it to New York, and we had an exhibit at the Museum of Jewish Heritage, and we brought Kluge, came to the United States, and some of the other people from that period of time. So it was just a fantastic event, and it was Pope John Paul II and the Jewish people a blessing to one another. That's what the subject was. Archbishop Migliori, who was the nuncio of the United States, attended, and Bishop Murphy was there, who was an old dear friend, and Governor Pataki came, and of course the museum staff, and then we had Jerzy there. So it was just a very, very important event. It was packed. We had just a wonderful thing, and we exhibited something I'm very proud of and very happy to talk about. My wife even pointed out something that she talks about all the time. When the Pope came over to us and he put his hand on her shoulder, she said, "I was in the presence of a holy man." It changed her. And in fact, when we had the Jewish audience, same exact thing happened. 168 rabbis, cantors, Jewish leaders from around the world. They were all jubilant and happy and jumping around, making noise, singing songs before we went into the papal palace. We had 9 little buses. When we came out of that palace, everyone was dead silent. Not only that, because of that holiness and because of that spirit he had and he gave to people, he met every single person in the room. I stood next to him and introduced him to every single person in the room. In the Orthodox Jewish world, typically they don't have too many conversations with other religions. An Orthodox rabbi was the chief rabbi of Efrat in Israel. He was with us. Because of that event, he created the first institute of Jewish Christian study in Efrat, Israel. Everybody was impacted by this. Friends of ours, they said, "Now I understand what happened to you," because she would say it was an aura that he had. And everybody who knew him felt that, including his old friend as a little boy. Imagine a 14-year-old boy saying something that, doesn't she know we're all children of the same God? That's the thing that we deal with, is that the similarities rather than the differences. I want to thank you for inviting me to attend via video to this most important conference to commemorate this fantastic legend who we've lost, who is now with God. And this is just a wonderful privilege. Thank you so much for inviting me to address your group. Thank you.
We also asked Gary not only to speak about John Paul II as an inspiration for him, but also about his work, because we are not here to put John Paul II to the museum, but to think about our vocations and what we can do more, what we can do in the future. Although we are not as young as we were, but still, the future is ahead of us. And within several minutes we have left, I would like to ask you first, Marc, what is your vocation? What is your vocation, and what makes you do things you do? I was reading about, you know, the afflictions, the trauma, the upheavals in your life because of you participating in peace building in Syria. But still, after so many years, you are coming here to Poland. You want to build bridges between Ukraine, Poland, to bring peace, to resolve conflicts. Why are you doing that?
Well, I ask myself that very often. In my tradition, you do, and then you start to understand yourself a little bit better. And the highest, as you said before, that actions form us. So I've been in this journey of the actions and still figuring out sometimes why I'm doing what I'm doing. I have a feeling of that if Leviticus says love your neighbor as yourself, I mean, that's more than enough to take 20 lifetimes to try to figure out how to do that effectively, how to love yourself and love others in the same way. That's the biggest challenge we have. And I think that we want to continue to do that, and not just removed from the world, but in the depths of the world's problems. I love the fact that the Pope struck up a friendship with Ronald Reagan. I'm not from the same political persuasion as Ronald Reagan, but looking back now, I understand what he was facing with the endless cycle of nuclear escalation, and that he wanted to stop it. And then that fateful moment when Reagan says, Mr. Gorbachev, break down that wall. And I know that there was the Pope's influence on the fact that he didn't say, that's an evil empire over there, we have to destroy it. He talked to Mr. Gorbachev, and he spoke to him directly, person to person, break down this wall. See, that's both engagement and love, but also determination of right and wrong at the same time. I think as we deal with Polish and Ukrainian relations in the midst of a terrible assault on Ukraine and danger to the future, we have to recall and we have to figure out together and brainstorm together in every situation how to combine love with reasoning and compassion. And that I'm still on that journey. It's a journey of self-discovery and a journey of discovery where I learn from every culture I come from. So I'm very, very eager to continue to learn here from this incredible, powerful journey that your people have been on in this past 100 years, and with blessings and hopes that it'll lead to greater and greater prosperity and happiness, but with no starry-eyed view of materialism or any kind of ism, except the more interior approach that John Paul manifested of self-examination and love of others.
So you are coming here despite the suffering that is here, or despite your suffering that you might endure?
Well, the past few books that I've written are therapeutic. So to come to some of the science of shifting the pain of seeing other people in pain. I mean, I've never been on this land until you invited me, and I didn't want to be because of Auschwitz and incredible pain that I feel. But what I'm working on is experiencing the love and compassion of solidarity. And that's where I am. I'm working on my habits of shifting that pain into love and solidarity.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Martin, what should we do? And what are you doing? Why are you coming here to help us shape, new generation of leaders, not only from Poland, but also from Brazil, Hungary, Slovakia? What should we do, and why are you doing what you are doing?
As Marc has said, I also now see myself as both a learner and a teacher. A learner because that's a lifelong journey for all of us. We have to keep opening our hearts to new learning, to new connections. I'm a teacher because I wish I could, like John Paul II, not just speak words, but act them out. I mean, the amazing video you just showed us, John Paul II crossing the boundaries, traditional boundaries of them and us. Much of the pain we have in our world today comes from that same idea of maintaining, creating, generating new borders. And if we could only remember the words of a 14-year-old Carol, doesn't she know that we are all children of God? If we remembered those words, then we would solve problems differently. The complexities we are adding on to the challenges can be responded to simply by these lines. Doesn't she know we are all children of God? Then we would know how to deal with refugees. We would know how to deal with wars that are being waged between borders, and you are nearer here than I could ever imagine. We would then know how to resolve issues of our farmers and of our young children whose education is not adequate. We would know how to resolve the challenges we have with our environment. Certainly for us who are coming from the continent of Africa, painful as it is, we would know how to forgive the issues of colonialism and slavery, because we would realize that although these acts were evil, unfortunately they were performed by our brothers and sisters. And once you change that we all belong and come from the same God, the inner shift occurs almost automatically. But first of all, you have to become aware that differences that seem to appear before our eyes are only a deception. The reality is in the fact that we are all children of God. We would solve our world problems, community problems, national problems differently if only we understood that.
Thanks so much. As you saw, we traveled through the continents and through the decades when we were a little bit younger. When you speak about John Paul II, I see, the joy of the young man of Zambia. When you are now looking at me, Marc, I see, the joyful rabbi Marc was referring to. And although we traveled, the long way, I think that the joy is the goal we are trying to achieve. So let me thank our wonderful panelists and Gary for that wonderful presentation and for their witness and for the joy they shared with us. Thanks so much.
Dziękuję raz jeszcze ja po polsku, moderatorowi i panelistom. Tak, oczywiście widzimy się jutro, szanowni państwo. Dziś ten pierwszy dzień można uznać za zakończony. Przypomnę na koniec, że partnerami kongresu są Bank Narodowa,
Polish Development Foundation, Industrial Development Foundation, PGE Orlen, Media Patrons, a Polish Television, Radio Krakow, EPL portal w polityce.pl, gość niedzielny Weekly, wszystko co najważniejsze magazine, and Deliberadio, and the organizers are Poland the Great Project Foundation and Victims of Communism Foundation.
W poprzednim panelu patronat honorowy prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej
And the Congress is enjoying the honorary patronage of Andrzej Duda, the President of the Republic of Poland.
Dobrego
This
popołudnia
is it
wieczoru
for
w
tonight.
Krakowie.
Have a great afternoon
Spotykamy
and
się w
evening
tym
in
królewskim
Krakow.
miejscu jutro.
We will be
Do
meeting
zobaczenia.
tomorrow in this very hall. Thank you. The meeting starts.